one another so that by 14 hours we are done with our meeting. But we are not going to compromise discussions because members must be convinced so that when they approve the APP and the budget, they are really convinced that this is something that they can support and hold you accountable. Thanks very much. Let me call upon the chairperson of SHRA to make some comments and then present the APP. Thanks, Chairperson.
To Honorable Chair, to Honorable Members, DG in absentia, the advisors, all department officials that are present, the sisters, entities, and SHRA delegation, Dumelang. It is a privilege to present the Social Housing Regulatory Authority 2026-27 Annual Performance Plan. This plan outlined the commitment and strengthening the governance and accelerating the delivery of social
Maybe,
housing.
Chair, go closer to your mic. I don't know whether. Yeah, go closer to your mic.
Yes.
Or pull it towards you. Yeah, let's hear.
Okay. Okay, let me start. Okay. No, my apology, Chair. Okay. Now, to Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members of Parliament, DG in absentia, advisors, all departmental official sisters entity that is present, and SHRA delegation that we are here to Dumelang. Chair, it is a privilege to present the Social Housing Regulatory Authority 2026-27 Annual Performance Plan. This plan outlines the commitment and strengthening the governance, accelerating the delivery of social housing and ensuring accountability across the sector, especially in the rental sector. It is aligned to the national priorities and respond to the growth demanding of affordable and managed of rental housing. Despite the fiscal pressure, Chair, that SHRA we need to express members in terms of our budget that doesn't meet our needs and that we need to present, SHRA remain focused and to improve the oversight, enhancing institutional performance, and Chair already said in terms of our audit, and Chair, maybe next time when we come here, we'll come with 100% on the performance of SHRA, and to ensuring that the public resource translate into the sustainability of human settlement. Chair, we welcome the committee and the guidance as we implement this plan. Chair, I did hear you did touch on the issue of the projects. We did check the agenda, and we saw that the agenda, there's nothing that's set on the project. So as last time you sent us back, we did what you said we must do. We submitted to the department, we submitted the project to the minister's office. We are waiting for them to call us to present to them and then to come and present to the parliament. And we're still waiting on that. But as SHRA, we are ready if the parliament can call us at any time to come and present that. On the issue that is on the media, the issue of Ekuruleng, that building is under Ekuruleng housing that SHRA did fund it. So we managed to have a meeting with them. See, it was 2 weeks ago. We met the housing entity and to plan on that, and the municipality needs to assist SHRA because that is their project, but SHRA did fund. And the Chair, today we are here to present our annual performance, and with me I'm with the acting CEO Vose Fakudi, acting CSM Spa Kumalo, who will take us through the budget, and we are having our manager in terms of strategic and policy. And Chair, with the acting that is happening in SHRA, we are worried as SHRA, and again we submitted our revised structure to the Office of the Minister and DG. The committee managed to sit, and we did the advert, we did everything. We submitted, we are waiting for them to give us a go-ahead to start to put all those posts into into the media or the print media. But as may be, there's a acting in terms of the acting CEO, and SHRA, we know that it doesn't have a CFO, but we have a CSM, which is a corporate service manager. So with the advice that we had from the parliament, I think it was in February last year, to say we can have a CEO, and we did sit down, the department assisted us with the team to unbundle our structure. We did that, but now the ball is with the department to give us a go-ahead to advertise. If they give us today, tomorrow we can put it in the print media, then to start to advertise for CFO and others. But the entity is functioning with the acting that is here. There it's only two position, and we wanted to say the entity is, again, what I need to tell the parliament, we're still under the SIU. The SIU, we managed to meet them. They did came 3 weeks ago, and they requested to extend their work with us, so that in terms of their methodology, they were only given 3 departments, but when they came and give me the report, they say, Chair, can we extend this so that we do the entire SHRA? Because maybe they see that in terms of the method, it was only the upper, but they said to me, no, they need to start from administrator, the cleaner, till up. So again, in terms of the report of the SIU, the matter is being extended. I did receive the letter yesterday. So meaning the next time when we come, we'll come with something that is proper. But Chair, and thank you. I think that's where we are in terms of SHRA, and I will giving it to Vincent to lead us in terms of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair. SIU thing, are you referring to lifestyle audit? They want to do lifestyle audit from top until the cleaner.
When I'm saying that, they already started. They were supposed to come and give us the report. So when they came to give me the report, they say, no, Chair, the report that we are having, it's not satisfactory. So when I'm saying the cleaner, like from the door till up, everybody does it.
And you will
That's
afford
why I'm saying
it.
that.
You will afford it to pay.
With the methodology that they were sitting down with me, for strengthening the government, we need to afford, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Vincent Chauge from the Social Housing Regulatory Authority. I'm here to present the annual performance plan of the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, with this being the second year of the medium-term development plan. I think the Chair has already outlined some of the strategic overview and some of the situational analysis. So I will just quickly go to number D, which is outputs, indicators, and targets for 2026-2027. Or maybe before I go there, I just need to maybe just touch a bit on this slide, saying that the impact that we want to see as the SHRA, we want to see a transformed, compliant, and sustainable social housing sector comprising integrated, quality, and affordable social housing. How do we get there? We have 5 outcomes, which first one is capable and professional public service, increase access to adequate housing through various programs, enhance performance of delivery agents and projects, increase capacity of municipalities and provinces to deliver social housing, and proficient sector regulations, monitoring, and agile accreditation process. Yes, thank you. So with the SHRA, we have 3 programs, one being the administration program, and then we have program 2 being compliance, accreditation, and regulations, and then program 3, which is project development and funding. I must say that that's where 90% of the budget in that program is at. So with program 1, we were touching with the external audit outcome. So I think we have achieved what we term clean audit 2 times in a row. We're just hoping maybe in this financial year, 25-26, we can continue with the trend of meeting that clean audit. Also, we have invoices that are paid within 30 days, which we're currently doing that at 100%. Even our targets at the outer years is at 100%. We also, when we procure our procurement spend, we target at businesses that are owned by women, which is at 40%. And I must say we're doing very well in terms of that, as well as procurement spend at businesses owned by youth and persons with disabilities. We're doing very well as well when it comes to those targets. Program 2, compliance, accreditation, regulations. So this is where we regulate our social housing institutions and other delivery agents. So we do support this social housing institution through the institutional investment grant. So at this financial year, 25-26, it was at a percentage, but now we just have to change it to a number. So you can see even in the outer years, that number is increasing. But it's important to mention that when we set up this target, it has to go with the budget that we receive. We don't just come with any number, but it has to align with the budget that we have been that has been allocated for. We also have a municipal support program where we support these municipalities so that we can deliver social housing in all those provinces and all those municipalities where there is demand for social housing. We also do, because when you have these social housing units, you will also have to do the tenancy audits, which we are currently doing very well. Also doing remedial action where we see some problems. We also do compliance inspections, so as well as building condition audits, because you have to make sure that this social housing that you are building, they are sustainable and they are of good quality, as the impact that we want to see, that we want to build a good quality. So we have to maintain that by doing what the Act says we must do as the SHRA. And then we are at program 3, which is project development and funding. Like I said, that's where 90% of the budget of the SHRA is at. You may recall that in the medium-term development plan, we have a target, a 5-year target, to deliver 13,000 social housing units in restructuring zones. I think the chairs alluded that we have funding shortfall when it comes to that. But I must say that in 2025-26, we have managed to achieve that target of 3,000. In outer years, what we have done with the budget allocations that we receive, that's the target that we can set. Of course, with the plan that we are doing to unblock those projects, we if we get that funding, additional funding, we are in course to achieve that 13,000 or even surpass it if we get that funding. So when we complete these units, we also have to look at tenanting these units. So tenanting has to go with affordability of some of these tenants, because maybe some of them, they may not qualify. And so it's not give or take, where you say you have 3,000 units to complete, and then therefore your tenanting should be 3,000. So we have to be cautious in that manner, because not all of them, they do qualify to be at this social housing. So hence we, in outer years, you can see 26, 27, 27, 28, and then 28, 29, our target is at 2,000. We also have percentage of consolidated capital grant awarded to previously disadvantaged enterprises. We have kept it at 77%. We also have percentage spent by grant recipients on main contractors and professional teams that are from the designated groups. We kept it at 30%, even though we are doing very well when it comes to that, but it also depends on the number of active projects that the SHRA is dealing with at the moment. So if there is no funding, and then that affects all those transformation indicators, because there will be less active projects. Same applies to the number of jobs created through projects implemented. So if you don't have active projects, how are you going to create jobs on the ground? Because you will have less projects that are active. So you will create less job on the ground. And I must state that in 25-26, when we're doing our Q4 report, we are at 12,005 jobs that are created in the 25-26 financial year. So you see that we are doing very well when it comes to that. Like I said, it depends on the number of active projects that the SHRA is dealing with. So that funding shortfall that we always talk about, it has an effect with those transformation indicators, because without that CCG funding, then those indicators, they won't be achieved, because there is nothing to report home about. Chair and honorable members, I will just hand it to my colleagues, Spamandla Kumalo, to take us through the budgets.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the said budget. So we've basically split our presentation in terms of two main categories. The first one is where we looked at then the main delivery items that we basically focus on, which is our consolidated capital grant funding, which is basically funds the delivery of units that Mr. Chauke has touched on when it comes to the target of 3,000 in 25-26, as well as 2,800 for the remaining 3 years. So what we then are comparing is basically saying, as at the end of March 2026, we basically had a remaining budget after our adjustment of about 34 million rands. That is basically informed by us having used about 97% of our budget. However, we are still busy with then accruals that happens in terms of year-end closures that sees us at about 99.73 usage of that budget. Basically, that picture is basically just to see in terms of then the commitment of the projects that we have on the ground against potential allocations over the 3 years, just to make sure that we don't overcommit ourselves as an organization. So as at the end of March, we were sitting at total commitments of 2.2 billion rands against then the allocation over the 3 years of 2.6 billion rands. Therefore, meaning we are still sitting at a positive commitment of about 381 million rands. So that figure then changes as we go along in terms of the commitments themselves as we approve new projects. Then on the next slide is basically where we then look at the overall budget in terms of the overall allocation of the SHRA. When I'll start basically from the bottom side in terms of consolidated capital grant, that is basically looking at funding the projects for the units that we deliver. That is basically the core function in terms of what Mr. Chaukte touched on about those units that we are budgeting for, as well as looking at the fact that whilst the allocation of 828 million rands in the coming financial year, 26-27, may not be enough to cover the 2.6 or 2.8 units that we budgeted for, but there is that leeway element in terms of saying, firstly, we will look at those distressed and challenged projects that we are looking at alleviating, because they will contribute to that delivery of units, as well as the fact that as we finished the year, there are some units where there is already a spending, so therefore we then be able to sort of consolidate or include them into those units that delivered by the end of the year, thus giving us an ample opportunity to be able to meet that target. Then when we move to the second part or second program, which is our IIG or Institutional Investment Grant, that is basically the grant we use for sector development and transformation, just to ensure that all our grant recipients are actually able to deliver in those units, because we have as delivery agents in terms of the sector enablement, where it basically we have items like our general capacitation grant, pre-accreditation grant, as well as remedial action grants, the one that Mr. Chauke spoke of when it comes to the results that come from having reviewed conditional building conditions audit, as well as tenants audit in terms of those part where we then regularize and compliance them. So we basically use that part of the budget for it. And then lastly being then the operations budget, which basically covers now the actual operations of the SHRA, from cost of employees, as well as some of the compliance unit issues, as well as overall project management and traveling, where the units basically are being delivered on. Then on the next slide is basically now the overall picture in terms of financial performance per the MTF template, where we basically now split in terms of where are we going to be using that budget that we've been allocated for. When you look at then the first line on non-tax revenue, you will note that from the 25-26 as onwards, we don't have a budget for those lines, because the budget that it's sitting in there is actually just interest and on positive cash that we might have from time to time, together as well as recoveries on some of the withdrawn CCGs or cancelled CCG agreements. So those we don't necessarily budget for them, because they are not part of the core functions of the SHRA. However, we then look at then the transfers themselves, where we basically are looking at the actual amounts that will be transferred via our allocation for the year, starting from 25-26 at 902 million rands, going forward to about 1 billion when we're looking at 28-29 financial year. That is basically the total overall budget, which those numbers align to the previous structure slides, where we basically broken it down into individual elements. Then expenses part, we've basically split them in three main categories, where we have compensation for employees, basically as envisaging being able to actually capacitate the organization in terms of being able to meet at least the 56 staff complement that's sitting in the approved organogram, as well as then the envisaged organogram that the chair did touch on in terms of then the deliberations with the department itself, enabling us to then have that approval, as well as be able to continue on that end. The second category being goods and services, where we basically look at now procuring the actual items that enable the SHRA to deliver, be it on the consultants that does our feasibility studies, or be it on the actual leases for the buildings, the building that we are in, as well as other items within then the operations item. Then the last main category being then the transfers and subsidies, which then covers the actual CCG disbursements, as well as those sub grants I touched on when it comes to institutional investment grant, be it general capacitation, incubation program, pre-accreditation, as well as remedial action grants. So for the 3-year period, we basically are budgeting at a no deficit, because we, as a Schedule 3A entity, the SHRA is not allowed to sort of budget for a deficit. Then the next slide being their financial performance, their financial position. That is basically the the overall picture of where we envisaged our balance will be at the end of each year. So those are basically based on the fixed assets we will have, as well as some of then the overall items. Then on the last slide being the cash flow statements, that basically depict the actual cash movements over the years, and we have envisaged being able to sort of utilize most of, or if not all, our cash allocation for that year, in terms of enabling us to do our deliveries on terms of the units, as well as the tenanting thereof. I would like to end there, and thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Are you fine, CEO Chairperson?
Chair, you said you will come after, or must we engage now?
I'm just saying on the presentation.
Okay.
Are you okay?
No, we are okay with the presentation, and we would like to recommend to the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlement to note the Social Housing Regulatory Authority annual report performance. Then Chair will take everything to the overall discussion when it's open.
Okay. Thanks.
Or Chair,
Okay.
the CEO want to say something.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'd just like to amplify a few things on behalf of the entity, that this annual performance plan has been interrogated by the Council, and we've engaged with the National Department. It is a plan that we believe is achievable as we proceed and get through to another clean audit. We cannot stop singing that song as one of those entities of achievement. And in essence, the mandate of the SHRA being to invest in social housing, enable institutions that want to participate in social housing, and regulate the sector efficiently. I just thought, let me just deposit that as well to give the committee some comfort of the mandate of the SHRA. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, we're still going to engage. And I hope, because you are not specific, I hope some of the projects that the Portfolio Committee is worried about are covered here, because there's no separate budget that you'll get anywhere to correct those projects. But we'll engage, there's no problem. Let me welcome the delegation from PPRA. Our apologies that we started before you arrived. But we got the we got the message that we are stuck in the registration office. Thanks very much. HDA. How big is your structure, SHRA? How many? Okay, how big is your structure?
It's 56, but 46 that is active, Chair.
So you have 10 vacant posts,
Yes,
including CFO and.
and the CSM.
Okay. HDA, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and the honorable members present here. Firstly, Chair, our apologies from myself and the Deputy Chairperson. I'm sure it has been explained why we delayed, but that does not justify that we were in Parliament by 8:15, and our calculation was saying we'll be here by 8:30 in the room. But unfortunately, we got stuck with a long queue, and yeah, so our apologies for that, Chair. Honorable Chair and the Honorable Committee, the Housing Development Agency, we really appreciate the opportunity to present our 2026-27 annual performance plan. But maybe before I go further, Chair, to have the opening remarks, maybe let me introduce the team that I have with me. It's myself, the chairperson of the Housing Development Agency, Osingove, and I'm accompanied by the deputy chairperson, Ms. Bai, and the chief executive officer, Tate Beki Kenisa, the chief financial officer, Ms. Joy Masimula, and the manager that is heading the strategy, Ms. Deboho Sijani. They are here all with me. They will all be participating during the presentation and the discussion with the Honorable Committee. Chair, we have noted your concern regarding the going concern status and the yes, and the issue of the bankability of the entity. We will definitely address that in our presentation, and we will engage more into it during our deliberation today as to how we are intending to address same. Chair, the agency continue to maintain a strong governance and accountability, and that is evidenced by the sustained unqualified audit outcome with no material findings, as you have already alluded to in your opening remarks, Chair. And also the issue of the improved organizational performance, which we now have recorded 95% in 2024-2025 fiscal year, and that will call for the sustaining of that going forward. But we are also aware, Chair, that some of the honorable members in our last engagement, they commented us on this kind of achievement, but they also raised very important issue to say, can we translate this into impact down on the ground? And we are really appreciative of that, and we will tell you that yes, we can, but with all the other issues that we'll be raising that might be jeopardizing us to have that impact on the ground, we will also allude to that during our presentation. Chair, the board recognizes the financial sustainability remains a material strategic risk to the long-term viability and performance of the Housing Development Agency. This talks directly to what you were saying regarding the going concern, but we have workshopped on this within ourselves, and we will provide some options in terms of trying to address this kind of a threat. Maybe, Chair, I can confidently say from my side and from the team that though we are not mentioned by name and surname in the Constitution, but we believe we are a constitutional entity in the sense that the issue of housing, the rights to housing, is in the Constitution. So we understand the impact that this entity should play out there. But that can't be this entity alone. It means everybody in government must be able to support this entity. And this tendency of pulling in, pulling out kind of, it is not really assisting anybody, especially trying to address the issue of the backlog of housing, because our people need houses. And these houses need to be built in the provinces, in the local municipality, in the rural areas. So it means there are lots of other players that need to come to party, and we will demonstrate that when we are presenting our strategy, especially when we deal with the issue of the primary mandate, Chair. In response, Chair, as a board, we have prioritized a set of focused intervention aimed at strengthening the agency's financial position and enabling sustainability delivery. The board is actively engaging with the stakeholder Department of Human Settlement, through the Executive Authority, the Honorable Minister, to address structural limitation within the existing funding framework. These engagements are intended to support the development of funding architect that is aligned with the agency extended mandate and delivery model. Chair and the Honorable Committee, maybe we have been reporting the same, and it will be important probably to request, if it's possible. Unfortunately, the DG is not here, but I hope the representative of the department are here, that maybe a workshop will actually assist, if we can be allowed to propose a workshop between ourselves and the department, possibly in the presence of the portfolio committee, to deal with these things once and for all, so that when we get out there in that kind of a workshop, because maybe exchanging documents is not helpful, we need to get deeper into details and discuss these things, being sober and being not emotions, and not being actually on the compliant mode, but on the realistic fact that the houses are needed, and how do we get out of it, and how do we do that. So we will really request the chair, if you have got a buy-in into this kind of a urgent kind of a meeting, because we have been exchanging letters with all other stakeholders, but the response is not as what we are really expecting, because probably everybody is doing what he needs to do at his or her own department and her own province, but not focusing once at least to say how do we deal with the housing backlog in the country using the HDA. And your question, Chair, that you have been asking, to say whether there's a need for HDA to continue to exist or not, maybe that question should be answered. And because now it's no longer about performance issues, it's no longer about the financial discipline that we have demonstrated, but it's about the appetite, whether this entity is still the relevant entity to deliver houses. Because the question to say whether people want houses or not, that can be asked, because it is given. The question is who should assist the people to have those houses. And currently, the only structure that is available is HDA. But if there's an alternative structures that can deliver houses, it's fine, but let that be outlined, and so that we'll get out of this thing and focus on other things. So, Chair, we are very much committed as the board and as the management to make sure that we assist as far as we can. And in conclusion, Chair, the board remains committed in ensuring that the agency deliver effective on both its primary and secondary mandate, while strengthening financial resilience and capacity to operate as a capable public sector developer of choice. It might sound rhetoric, Chair, this thing of developer of choice. Our understanding is, if you have got SHRA, for example, that is delivering important infrastructure in the form of a road, and we all agree and is supported, and if the HDA has been identified as a vehicle to deliver houses to the poor, what is it that we are doing collectively to make sure that at least we achieve that? Now, Chair, we are in the road show, or out in the market, bringing other options of funding by engaging potential investors and developers that can assist. But it is worrisome that when we go out there, but our own family, when I'm saying our own family, I mean the provincial governments and the municipalities, they seem not to have confidence on us, and without telling us where are we getting it wrong, they are going out to the private sectors to assist them to deliver the same houses while the entity is in. How are we going to convince an external person, a private sector, to say we are a developer of choice, while internally there's a kind of a vote of no confidence, and without telling us where are we getting it wrong? Because if we're getting it wrong somewhere, maybe we've got the wrong CEO, maybe we've got the wrong board. That can't be HDA. That it means it's human beings that are there. They must tell us. But nobody's telling us where we're getting it wrong. But the Auditor General is telling us that we are doing it right in terms of our performance. So that contradiction Chair, we are employing the committee to urgently assist in having, maybe under one roof kind of a meeting within this family and really discuss this matter and get out of it, because otherwise we will get 100% performance, we will get clean audit, but it will not have impact to the communities that we are supposed to having that impact, because if we don't have resources to deliver houses, there's no way that we can deliver houses. Thank you, Chair. I'll give it to the CEO and the team to proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Meteboho will present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will take you through the presentation of the HDA's annual performance plan for the 2026-2027 financial year. And as the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee has already said, the report has been read, so I will not go in much detail. I will just focus on key issues, and then the Chairperson of our board has also provided the institutional and almost the SWOT analysis in terms of where we are as an entity. So we will not go into that detail at this point. In terms of highlighting the key issues, Chair, is to tie it back to our impact statement as the entity and our impact statement as the HDA, in line with the mandate of the HDA, but also the mandate of our government, is that we want to see land reform, spatial transformation, and security of tenure through integrated and sustainable human settlement development. And that is what our chairperson has been speaking to in terms of HDA being central to the delivery of sustainable human settlements in the country. We tie this to 3 outcome areas, Chairperson. The 3 outcome areas are linked directly to the MTDP priority in terms of reduced poverty and improved livelihoods. So the 2 outcome areas for us is to develop livable neighborhoods in both rural and urban environments and to achieve spatial transformation. The second one is to increase access to adequate housing through various programs, housing programs that we implement as the HDA in line with the housing code of the sector. And the last one is more about administration around efficient and effective management and good governance of the entity. Chair, as I've already said, I will not go into the SWOT analysis, but I will go straight into what are some of the outcomes that we are intending to achieve in the 2026-27 financial year. We intend, Chair, to continue on our run with an unqualified outcome with no findings, colloquially known as the clean audit. That's what we achieved in the previous financial year. We aim for the year that is currently under review and also for the 26-27 financial year. We also have aim to pay all of the invoices within 30 days. Chair, in terms of our designated groups, the transformation agenda of the agency, which is the women, businesses owned by women, and those owned by youth and persons with disability, Chair, we have a target of 40% for women and a 20% for youth and persons with a disability. We have been doing relatively well in these areas in the current year, so we hope to continue in that trajectory. In terms of jobs created, opportunities created, Chair, this is out of the work that is allocated to the HDA. And as the chairperson of the board has already mentioned, this is also in terms of the work that we allocated by either province or municipality or any partner expected for the HDA to execute. We are planning, Chair, to deliver at least 420 opportunities in the financial year that we are going into. And in terms of Program 2, which is where we focus on land acquisition, land rezoning, and also the Priority Development Areas Program, Chair, in the 2026-27, particularly for PDAs, we will be delivering 3 integrated implementation programs for the PDAs. I just want to highlight, you would notice in the subsequent years, 27, 28, that the target there is 0. I want to tie it back to, we had 136 PDAs that were declared from the previous MTSF. So throughout that MTSF and at the beginning of the MTDP, we have been developing these programs. So we will have completed the entire 136 by the end of the 26-27 financial year. So that speaks to why you would see under 27 and 28 there would be 0, because we would have completed that strategic priority of having implementation programs for PDAs coming out of the previous MTSF and being finalized in this MTDP period. Chair, we also aim to have 1,000 hectares of well-located land acquired for human settlements. This is the main mandate, one of the main mandates of the agency, to ensure that the land is acquired in strategically positioned areas, so that when houses are built, they're built closer to location, closer to amenities, and that brings about the transformation in the society that we intend to achieve as a government. The same goes, Chair, for the rezoning of land. We also aim to rezone 1,000 hectares of land in the year that we are planning for. Chair, in terms of informal settlement upgrading program, we also are targeting about 14 informal settlements supported for upgrading up to phase 3. The same point that I made about PDAs, I would like to emphasize a different point here in terms of 27-28. As you would know, the informal settlement upgrading program requires funds allocated directly to it to get to these various phases, particularly phase 3. So in the year that we are currently 26-27, we are looking at 14. We have not been at this point allocated any informal settlements for the subsequent years. As you see, 0-0. It does not mean that we are not engaging our partners in the process to ensure that there's work allocated by the time we get to those years. But at this point, we do not have that work allocated. In terms of the human settlement projects managed by the HDA, we are looking at 76 human settlement projects. These are projects where HDA is appointed by a province or a municipality either to play a role of an implementing agent, a project manager, and in some cases a fund manager. So we have 76 projects across the country that we are implementing, and they span various housing code models in terms of different housing units. Chair, in the year 26-27, we are also looking at 750 asbestos roofs to be replaced. We are moving up from the previous financial or the current financial year, where we only have 298. Current financial year is 750. The 750 is mainly from the Limpopo province, the Free State, and a little bit from the Northwest. So these are the projects that we are, the asbestos roof removal projects. And in terms of title deeds registered, as part of the title deeds restoration program, the HDA also plays a critical role there in terms of supporting provinces to ensure that title deeds are restored. And we are planning to deliver 1,555 title deeds. And again, here, that's where we have been appointed by a province or a municipality to play that role. Chair, Program 3.3 is where we are moving towards becoming the developer, as the chairperson of our board has said. And this is where we are leveraging and converting existing properties that are owned by the HDA. We have a couple of properties that we own in our asset base, and we are looking at ensuring that we bring those properties to detailed design stage and we complete technical studies for those properties, so that in the years coming 26 to 27, 28, we can start to see the delivery of units in those properties. Chair, this is the critical area in terms of our transition process, and we thought that it should be highlighted in our annual performance plan to indicate that shift from just being a facilitator, but to also really progressively getting to a point where we are converting buildings that we own into housing units. In terms of the risks that we have identified as we developed our plan, Chair, we have looked at two key risks, which one is the one around financial sustainability that we have spoken about for a while, and as you would have heard the appeal from the chairperson of our board, it is because of this matter having been raised on several occasions. And then the second one, of course, is to take into consideration that the housing delivery is changing, and also we have to modernize the way that we also manage housing delivery and also our business. So failure to modernize the ICT environment and to adapt new technologies will mean that we are left behind as the HDA. So this is one of the risks, and we have identified mitigating actions to ensure that we are able to perform in this area. Chair, I'm tag teaming this presentation with our CFO, so I will hand over to her as she speaks to the budget side of the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, with regards to the budget allocation that we have received for 2026-27 MTF period, Chair, this budget is prioritized towards the planning, servicing, and development of land and property assets that are already acquired from other organs of state, also emphasizing the developer role of the agency, and that will be to acquire, manage, develop, and release land for the development of sustainable human settlement. So with regards to the expenditure, Chair, the expenditure is focusing on the project preparation activities, including statutory and regulatory approvals, coordination of bulk and connector infrastructure, and the packaging of development-ready sites. And these interventions are also intended to accelerate the land release, reduce project implementation risks, as well as strengthen the agency's role as a public sector developer within the subsidized and affordable housing market, while we are also continuing to provide the technical and operational support to national, provincial, and municipal stakeholders, which is our secondary mandate, Chair. And this support includes the planning assistance, facilitation of informal settlement upgrade initiatives, project preparation, and implementation support. And this will strengthen the institutional capacity and improving delivery outcomes across the human settlement sector. So, Chair, when we look at the operational grant allocation from the department, it has increased by 4%, mainly providing for the inflationary adjustments and the continued execution of core operational functions of the entity. However, when it comes to the regional budget, it has decreased by approximately 35%, and largely attributable to the structure and timing of funding agreements concluded between the HDA and provincial departments, which have resulted in a realignment of funding flows and implementation responsibilities. So, Chair, as I've indicated in the budget overview, you will see that the first two programs, administration and land management, it's mainly funded from the operational grant. And you will see those slight increases. As I've indicated, it only increased by 4%. But when you look at program 3, which is regional coordination, you will see that between 2025-26 as well as 26-27, the budget allocation there has decreased significantly, as alluded. And then in terms of the compensation of employees, we're sitting at 267 million for the year, and goods and services, we're looking at 219 million, Chair. Then when we're looking at the computer services, it has also decreased from 8.3 million to 4.6 million, Chair, as all the budget is decreasing. And then also on property payments, it has decreased from 70 million to 21 million, Chair. Then you will also see there's a slight decrease also on the travel and subsistence from 18 million to 12.8 million. And then when we look at the cash flow statements, this is how we are, we're indicating how we are going to spend the funds over the year. And then I will not go into the detail on the cash flow statement. When we look at the statement of financial position, cash and cash equivalents there, Chair, you will see there's a slight increase that we are expecting from 410 million last year to 897.8 million. And those are projections that we have made. And then under non-current assets, when we look at our PPE, and there's a slight increase there, we're not planning, in fact, our properties are remaining the same. We're not planning to acquire more. It's remaining the same at 146 million. Then our liabilities, there's a slight increase there from 538 million to 1 billion. And then on the net assets, we're looking at net asset of 482 million. So, and then on the budget overview for the quarterly budget, this is how we are planning to spend on a quarterly basis, Chair. I will end my presentation there. Thank you very much.
CEO, Chair, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think that's our presentation. Safe to say, Chair, we last time when we presented here, the Chair and the committee members raised a number of issues that they were unhappy with, specifically in terms of what we are doing with the projects, the buildings that we have acquired. Which we agree with, Chair. And then it's in that spirit that I support what the chairperson of the board has raised to say maybe let's have a broader workshop, because I think this issue, Chair, of discussing the primary mandate, we've been presenting it for 3 years now. So we also not too sure which part of it that is not understood. We've been presenting it for 3 years. Surely the issue can't be the fact that they say there's an SPV. That can't be what is stopping the project. So we need to get to what is actually the issue here. Chair, we have also invited Gautrain, Chair, because they've just finished their concession now, and then they've introduced 45 billion to the asset base of Gauteng government. So we thought maybe if those are the issues, let's have that discussion so that we can have an honest discussion about what are the issues actually, so that we also understand. We've been talking about this thing for 4 years now. Next year, actually, some of us, our contracts are coming to an end, still talking about the same thing. So we thought maybe we needed to raise that, Chair. The next issue that we think needs to be raised here, Chair, which is a problem if you look at our receivables, is that we are sitting with an IGR process. In fact, let me start with this one of the properties. The AG said to us last year that they are now going to consider these properties as MI because we've spent money on them. If you look at our equity contribution, it's sitting at 254 million. So they are saying that because we've spent money on this, if there's nothing happening, we will then have to declare them as the MI. The next issue, Chair, that we're sitting with is specifically our receivables. And in the main, between ourselves and the Department of Human Settlement of Eastern Cape, we've had this issue of the IGR for the past 2 years, CFO. And it's also not coming to a resolution. And we thought maybe because it's starting to also impact on our going concern, as you have raised it, Chair, to say that our going concern, it worries you. It also starting to impact on us also in that space. So I thought maybe let's also raise it to say at some point that needs to be elevated. Thank you, Chair.
CFO, what's your total budget? Just for me as a layman to understand it. Speak to the mic.
Yes, apologies, Chair. The total budget is sitting at 487 million.
487 million.
Yes, Chair.
How big is your staff complement?
We are about 200 employees, Chair.
So you are spending 261 million of the 480 on salaries. Okay. Because as an organization, you must also assist us. Yeah, okay.
Chair, maybe let me explain it, because how we do it, Chair. What the CFO is raising is the total cost of the employees. But remember, we've got MTOPs, we've got IPWs, and all of that. So all of those we've now, she's now counted everybody in our own operational costs. But that is excluded. If we take them out to the MTOP, then it will be less. So when you look at it from a cost to income ratio, it will be less than that. So, but the problem is that now when we look at the total cost, we then say this is the cost for the employees. But that cost, it excludes the cost for the MTOP and all of that. That is why if you look at our operational cost year to date, we're sitting at 70%. So that tells you that if you were to take it at a cost to income ratio, just a simple cost to income ratio, it will show you that there's a variance there. Already we're sitting at 70% in terms of our expenditure. So I think we needed to give it that context so that it's understood that here we took the whole amount. But if we were to take the whole amount of the MTOPs and all the other, it will also be more than 400 and something. Then it will then give you a clear understanding of our cost to income ratio. So I think what we need to look at is to say, let's zoom into the cost to income ratio, then it will give us a better idea. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Let me welcome the DG. Thanks very much, DG. We got your apology. And there's something, of course, we are still going to engage. There's something that I see even last week. 40% women, 18% disabled youth. I thought it's a minimum of 40%. Is it not like that? Why is it not written like that? I saw even PPRA is going to tell us that 40% instead of a minimum of 40%. Because if you have achieved 40%, you have not performed because it's a minimum. But you start performing when you go above 40%, when you go above 18%. And I see with HDA, the baseline is more than 40%. But when you go forward, you go back to 40%. But if we can correct that, because it should be a minimum of 40%, so that we understand that you don't demand a performance bonus when you are at 40%, because you are at a minimum. Right. Are we done? Chair, CEO?
Chair, maybe just to, not to repeat what has been said, just to report on the issue of the SIU. The two-phased SIU, the lifestyle audit, which we have already reported that the report has been handed over to the shareholder by the SIU on that part, so we are done with that. And then the proclamation one, the SIU is an ongoing process. They are still in the house, but our concern that we raised earlier on, which we also alerted the shareholder, and the shareholder is in the process of trying to intervene, is the cost to that, because most of the properties are not our assets. They belong to either municipalities or other provinces, and they should be able to assist in paying for that. But the work is ongoing regarding the SIU proclamation, but that challenge still remains. We have not received any response from those other entities that are owning those properties that we were managing on their behalf. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. PPRA, you're welcome. I think now you are settled. And as she's coming this side, HDA, the department said they want to release 80,000 title deeds over the medium term. And as I look at your medium term on title deeds, it's even less than 10,000. The title deeds that you say you. Are there other institutions that are contributing towards this? Did you? Except HDA?
Indeed. Provinces and metros are also contributing to the overall target.
Okay. But at national is HDA.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so we expect 70,000 from provinces and metros.
It's actually designed that way.
Okay. Thank you. Chairperson?
Good morning, everyone in the House. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and Honorable Portfolio Committee members, the DG, and fellow chairpersons of sister entities, the CEOs, and everybody in the House. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate the fact that our apology was accepted, Chairperson. I'm here to present the plan. It is aligned to our outcome mandate, to our core mandate, to regulate the property sector, protect consumers, and drive transformation towards a more inclusive and professional industry. We present this APP in a challenging environment marked by economic pressure, high interest rates, and limited access to property ownership, particularly to the young people and the historically disadvantaged groups. In response to our priorities, we focus on strengthening governance and audit outcomes, improving licensing efficiency, enhancing enforcement to ensure compliance, and advancing educational and professionalization across the sector. At the same time, we are accelerating transformation through initiatives such as principalization programs and the One Learner, One Property Practitioner initiatives. We are also focused on improving service delivery, protecting consumers, and addressing key risks, including non-compliance and financial sustainability. We submit this APP as a balanced and practical plan to deliver on our mandate and contribute to an inclusive property sector. To that end, Chairperson, we have actually made strides in filling in the key positions that whereby we had only had acting incumbents. We have appointed the CFO, who's sitting behind me. We have also appointed the company secretary, and the CEO is also busy filling vacancies on the management, like we didn't have the SCM manager, we only had someone in acting capacity. We've also strengthened our internal controls. We do have an internal audit and the loss control manager. And we experienced some hiccups insofar as the Audit and Risk Committee, the long-awaited one, was concerned, because 4 of them were appointed, but 3 of them decided to resign. However, we kept the ball rolling in liaison with the department. We are back on track now. And I must also confess that we could not meet the deadline for submission of the lifestyle audit due to that hiccup, but we did submit submit the lifestyle audit report that we did not find to be competent, and we are now in collaboration with the SIU. We are tying up the loose ends in terms of them coming over to assist us in that regard. For now, I will hand over now to the CEO and the CFO to present the plan and elaborate on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Casey, this thing is too cold. So now we're from the inland. We're not used to this cold. Chairperson, are you still doing things manually?
Partly, Chair, we have actually moved. The CFO would highlight the details of the steps we've undertaken. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, DG, chairpersons of boards, my colleagues in the room, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for the PPRA to present the 2026-2027 APP. This annual performance plan is anchored on our legislative mandate to regulate the property practitioner sector, protect consumers, and drive meaningful transformation, which remains at the core of what we do. It gives practical effect to our vision of a transformed, professional, and well-regulated property sector that contributes to a more spatially integrated and inclusive society. Our values remain the same, which is to be agile, to be professional, and to be innovative in all that we do in achieving our mandate. In response, the PPRA has structured its performance plan around key strategic priorities as outlined by the chairperson, which is strengthening governance and improving audit outcomes, which we will talk to and highlight later in our presentation, enhancing the licensing efficiency and regulatory compliance, intensifying our inspection and enforcement business units to protect consumers, and advancing education, professionalization, and continuous development within the sector, and accelerating transformation through targeted programs, which I'll take you through later in the presentation, which includes our principalization and SMME programs. Honorable members, we are mindful of the challenges that remain, particularly funding constraints, legacy systems, and the need to modernize our ICT capability. However, we have outlined clear mitigation measures, including organizational restructuring, digital transformation initiatives, and strengthened financial and governance controls to ensure that we deliver on our mandate. The chair did ask whether we are still doing everything manual. And I know that, honorable members, we have a scheduled meeting next month, and we are very confident that by then we would have launched our FFC automation platform, which is something that I have been coming to this forum and speaking on, but finally it is happening. Our programs remain the same in this financial year. We have 8 programs. The difference is that we are now able to onboard all other subsectors, which was not the case since the promulgation of the Act. All our programs, we're only concentrating on the real estate sector, but now we have been able to configure our systems where we have been registering all other subsectors, all 12 of them. Most of these programs we have perfected, which really talks to our service delivery, and we have received no findings under our AOPO in the previous financial year, and we plan on maintaining the same status quo in the year under audit. Another difference, a key one, like the chair alluded to, is that we have a CFO who has been with the organization since last year, November, and he has hit the ground running in implementing our audit action plans to address material findings that led to our qualification in the previous years. And Chair and honorable members, you'll see that the first program under administration, our first key performance area, is to obtain an unqualified audit opinion. And Chair, we are confident that this is the year once again where we will stop being the black sheep of the Department of Human Settlements. And the CFO will outline what we have done to ensure that this year, this achievement is possible. Last week, I know that the Auditor General did present to the forum on the strides that we have made. They have been on our premises since January with our preliminary audit, and we are confident that it will bear fruit. The second program, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee spoke on, which is our 40%, which is a minimum of our procurement spend targeted at businesses owned by women. And this is one target since inception we as the PPRA have consistently met, and in most cases achieved, even though by a small margin, chairperson. Additionally, our procurement spend on businesses owned by youth and persons with disabilities, this is another program that we have proudly also been able to meet consistently in the previous financial years. Still under the administration program, we are targeting that we will resolve 90% of consumer queries resolved within 90 days. And this is the last year that we'll be presenting 95% of consumer queries, and the 5% shying from 100%, chairperson and members, once again, has to do with our systems that are not yet fully implemented. And then another target is 100% of our invoices are paid within 90 days. And we are pushing as the PPRA that we don't have to, once again, rely on the 30 days. If we can pay service providers particularly SMMEs, within a shortest period of time that we do so. And this is one target, once again, that we have been consistently meeting since inception. Our program 2, Chairperson and members, is around our licensing, where we are once again targeting 100% of compliant new registrations are processed within 30 working days as prescribed by our legislation. And once again, Chairperson and members, this does not only now talk to real estate agents, it's talking to 12 subsectors as prescribed by our legislation. And this is once again one program that we are proud of, because this is us giving practitioners the license to operate in all subsectors. We are targeting 100% of compliant renewals, once again also processed within 30 working days of payment reconciliation. And then Chairperson, under the inspection and enforcement, this is one target where you will see over the years we have been on an upward trajectory. We are planning on concluding 400 inspections in this current financial year. And as we continue to capacitate that business unit, we will continue to conduct inspections throughout the country, because this talks to one of our key mandates, which is to protect consumers. And then 85% of complaints received and resolved within 6 months. And Chairperson and members will ask, why 6 months to really conclude on a complaint? And this is because once we receive a complaint, we have to adjudicate over the complaint. But before that process can even take place, we need to give an opportunity to the defendant. We need to give them an opportunity to respond. And we need to then adjudicate over the process, and that can take some time. But you would have seen, Chairperson and members, in the media that, again, this is one area as a regulator where we are enforcing. And some of these complaints have, led to some members of the community being incarcerated for embezzling funds of consumers. The fourth program is around education, professionalization, and CPD, where we are targeting that 2,550 property practitioners will be awarded professional designations. And the goal here is to ensure that most, if not all, particularly PDIs, are awarded with the highest designations in their various subsectors. We are also targeting 100% of all eligible property practitioners who have completed their CPD modules, and 100% implementation of the consumer advocacy program. And this one, Chair, I'm proud to report that once again in the last financial year, we were able to meet, and the status quo should remain in the year under audit. The next program is around the research center, where we are planning to approve 2 transformation agenda items that are researched. And Chairperson and members, you'll recall this is one initiative that we are doing in partnership with the National Research Foundation. And the highlight in the previous financial year was we did have a colloquium that we held in Gqeberha in collaboration with the National Research Foundation, as well as the Nelson Mandela University and institutions of higher learnings. Program 6, which is around our property sector transformation. Chairperson and members, I think it's safe to say this is, if we don't get a lot of things right, this is one area where really we are intentional, we are deliberate, and we are really making strides in the property sector as a whole. The first program under the property sector transformation is support, having 540 full status Black women supported through the implementation of the principalization program, which is one target that we have exceeded in the last financial year. And then having 800 Black principals established through the implementation of the principalization program. And around the One Learner, One Property Practitioner program, we are now targeting 800 candidates throughout the country. And Chairperson and members, you'll recall at our last presentation, we were presenting on a successful program that we did in collaboration with Services CETA, where we are bringing on board 800 young people throughout the country. We have started the recruitment process in Mpumalanga already. And Chairperson, unfortunately, we only had space for 200 young people, and we have received almost 6,000 candidates who have applied for this program. So obviously this talks to the impact that this program has in the real estate sector, but also it talks to the unemployment rate in our country, which is an area where we as the PPRA are tackling as well, on top of our transformation mandate. And then the last two programs, still talking to the Transformation Fund and the Fidelity Fund, is around our SMME program, where we are looking to bring on board 30 SMMEs owned by historically disadvantaged groups and placing them through our incubation program. And Chairperson, once again, here we are not looking once again at only real estate agents or practitioners, but in this current financial year, part of this group will be now addressing commercial brokers, which is an area that we have never tackled as the PPRA. It will be a first. And Chair and members, we are particularly focused on improving service delivery as reflected in our targets to resolve consumer queries more efficiently, process registrations within set timelines, and increase the number of compliant practitioners in the market. At the same time, we are strengthening oversight mechanisms to mitigate risks, such as misappropriation of trust funds, non-compliance, and cybersecurity threats. So through you, Chair, if you allow the CFO to take us through the budget for our 2026-2027 financial year.
Thank you, CE. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. I'll give this
Toko, talking to the mic, I'm getting a complaint that Parliament cannot get what you are saying. And the meeting is live also. People out there cannot get what you are saying. So I'm going to appeal to everybody just to try to talk closer to your mic.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I'm audible. Thank you, CE. Thank you, honorable members. I'll give you the synopsis of the budget overview for PPRA and its two subsidiary companies. Chairperson, to start off with, the audit outcome for PPRA has been adverse in terms of the performance being a qualification on receivables. Chairperson, there's a lot of development, as the CEO has already alluded, on the PPRA's audit interaction. We did an audit debriefing with the AGSA as we commenced. We consulted the Office of the Accounting General in terms of the accounting treatment on receivables. Chairperson, as you know, the contractualization on the audit qualification area. So there's been a lot of improvement, Chair, in terms of the audit outcome that we're anticipating for this current financial year that just has ended, Chair. I just wanted to give an overview on the audit outcome for PPRA. Then in terms of the budget, Chairperson, it's a conservative budget. You saw that the revenue, the increment is about 6%, from 194 million odd to 182 million odd. Chairperson, the contributing factors there being the management fee that the Fidelity Fund dispersed to Property Practitioners Authority, our holding company, if I may say. The increment is about CPIX from 76 million odd to 77 million odd. Chairperson, we charge penalties. I think that's one of the contributing revenue stream as well for the late submission of the audit report by the property practitioners and the late renewal of their Fidelity Fund certificates. So that's also a significant increment from 3.5 to 13 million odd, Chairperson, and it's increasing in the MTEF period in the subsequent financial years. Chairperson, on the operating cost or expenditure, I think the contributing factor is our employees' cost, although it's showing a decline. Chairperson, there was a embarkment on ensuring that we only capacitate only the funded position. So we are trying to ensure that we keep that strategy intact, Chairperson. So you'll see that there's a decline in terms of the budget, about 7%, from 127 to 107 million odd. Chairperson, we close with the surplus in terms of the PFMA prescript. Just to reiterate the ICT interventions that the CEO has already alluded, that indeed the FFC automation is coming live, Chairperson, in the next month, which is May, Chairperson. And there's a lot of portals, Chairperson, that has been embarked and undertaken, Chairperson, being the CPD portal and exam portal, to ensure the efficiency of the property practitioners when they engaged and interact with PPRA. Chairperson, just to highlight the last maybe pivotal item on the budget, there's no CAPEX budget due to our financial constraints. Chairperson, there's a lot of improvement when it comes to the liquidity and solvency of PPRA as a holding company, Chair, of which the AG as well, as we are having robust interactions, they'll do the assessment on our forecast and ensure that they give us an appropriate report by the end of the audit cycle. Chairperson, on the faculty fund, maybe to highlight three silent features, is also closing with the surplus budgeted for and for the MTEF period. Chairperson, as we have embarked on onboarded the new sectors, the 12 sectors that the CEO has already highlighted on, being the managing agents, the developers, and so forth. The new contributions, Chairperson, we're anticipating an increment which will boost the faculty fund. This is the faculty fund, Chairperson, that has been in the previous financial years being sustainable in terms of being liquid and solvent due to the significant money that is sitting in the faculty fund, which is about 600 million. Chairperson, in this new financial year, we'll be appointing the investment expert to ensure that we are not focusing only on the money market accounts, Chairperson. So that is on the pipeline. So we'll try to diversify our investment portfolio in order to maximize and optimize our return on investment, Chair. So, Chair, I won't dwell too much on the revenue. I've already highlighted that is the new contributions will increase as we have onboarded the new sectors. The agent interest, Chairperson, what is presented is like, it shows that it's about an increment of about 7% from 35 to 55 million. Chair, I think from the subsequent board meetings that we have held, there's another research study that will be undertaken, Chairperson, in order to optimize the money that we receive from the trust accounts. We are trying to adopt the similar methodology that the LPC, the attorneys are adopting or have embarked on to get the interest directly from the banks, than instead of waiting for the audit reports from the trust accounts, Chairperson. So it will enhance our revenue in the subsequent financial years. Chairperson, that's the synopsis of the fidelity fund. Maybe just to highlight that in terms of the act, the grant expenditure is for the transformation fund, approximately 7.5 million, Chair. Then the last entity, Chair, being the transformation fund, the CEO has already alluded, just to highlight that the two entities, being the fidelity fund and the transformation fund, they've maintained unqualified audit opinion, and we are planning for the clean audit, Chairperson, in this audit cycle, because the findings were not of the material nature, but they were also being affected by the receivables, because the receivables are being handled by the holding company, being the PPRA. Chairperson, in terms of the transformation fund, the 7.5 million, as I've already alluded, is legislated that the fidelity fund must disperse about 7.5 million to this transformation fund. Chairperson, if you can see a decline in terms of the principalization under the services sector, Chairperson, it went down from the 2.5 to 100,000 odd, Chairperson. This was due to the low appetite that the market results has yielded, Chairperson, when it comes to the market research. Chairperson, in terms of the operating cost, there's a decline of about 27% as well. So the audit fees, all the entities, they have budgeted for the audit fees. During the engagement with the AG, through the CO's office as well, the AG managed to reduce their audit fees by 1%. Although they said in terms of their committee, it's 6% that was endorsed, but they managed to reduce the audit fees by 1%. So they charge at 5% for the PPRA and its subsidiary companies. Chairperson, we are closing with a surplus. However, it's a moderate decline in terms of revenue and total operating cost, which is about 18%. Chairperson, just to highlight one also imperative item, there's a sourcing funding strategy through the Transformation Fund Committee, Chairperson, being led by the CE. There'll be a lot of engagement with the stakeholders, being the NYDA, the PIC, and the services sector to increase the quantum that we receive in terms of the grant, the discretionary grant. Chairperson, I'll pause there. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. I find the chair.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I hereby recommend the Portfolio Committee for Women Settlement to note the 2026-2027 Annual Performance Plan. Thank you, Chairperson.
DG, are we supposed to note? No.
The committee is expected to consider, apply its mind, and either support for approval by the Assembly the annual performance plan as tabled.
Yes. We are not noting, we are approving or disapproving.
Chairperson.
Thanks very much. Just before you step off, how much do you collect per annum?
Roughly, Chairperson, 80 million odd, if you also segment the revenue streams. So the biggest contributor is the FFC contribution, especially for the last financial year, because there was a renewal cycle for the 3-year FFCs. So, Chairperson, in terms of revenue, because as a grab element, we defer the subsequent 2 years. So as we budget, we ring-fenced, we are bringing back the 2 years. But in terms of the collection rate, we are sitting at 72%, Chairperson, to date. So our debtors collection mechanism are fruitful and viable, but there's a lot of improvement, Chairperson. We had a debtors collection policy that was approved by the board. We have also refined our debtors impairment. I think it's one of the issues that also went to the accounting standard board, because initially we were impairing our debtors. We were just looking at the age analysis, Chair, and say 120 days plus, we do an impairment. Now we are bringing the element of the accounting technical grab 108, checking the patterns of the debtors. But in terms of the collection rate, it's 72%. Chairperson, the only predicament to collect the entire debtors book was to clean up these debtors, because this finding, Chairperson, touched the debtors book value emanating from 2022 and affects also balances from 2018. So it was pivotal, Chairperson, that the debtors cleanup becomes right. We know that we pursue the correct amount from the property practitioners. The amount is accurate, is valid and complete in terms of debtor statements. So our approach was to preliminary clean up the debtors. We have automated the segmentation of the revenue streams. So we've got age analysis per revenue streams. Let's say for examination, for CPDs, for penalties, for fines. So we are keeping track, which is one of the initiatives through the CO that we have embarked on in the new financial year. Thank you, Chair.
And you are not receiving anything from the shareholder. No? Yeah. How big is your structure?
Chair, I saw the DG shaking his head, but there was a, but I'll give that to the chair as she closes on the funds that we have requested. Chair, our staff complement is supposed to be at 203, but we are currently sitting just under 160 of both permanent and temporary staff.
And you are spending 120 million per annum for staff, for salaries. And I was told by somebody that you have a potential of collecting 500 million per annum. It's just that your systems are weak. If you improve on your systems, you can be able to collect 500 plus per annum. Are you agree?
Thank you, Chair. And the CFO touched on this. So, Chairperson and members will recall under the old dispensation, the Estate Agency Affairs Act, there was a provision in the Act that says that the interest earned in the trust account of property practitioners, 50% will come to our fidelity fund, 50% the property practitioners will keep, right? Now, under the new dispensation, the PPA, that provision disappeared. However, we did issue a practice note in 2023, because we knew that this was our biggest revenue driver. So we said, how do we bring it back? And that's what the CFO was alluding to. We looked at our counterparts, other regulatory bodies, your Legal Practice Council, particularly their Legal Fidelity Fund, where in order for them to collect interest earned in the trust accounts of legal practitioners, that interest goes directly from the interest accounts directly to the banks. It goes every 14 days. With the PPRA, our legislation says that practitioners should file audit reports once a year by IRBA certified accountants, and we rely on those audit reports to see what interest they've accrued. So we are in the process of changing that so that we too get that money directly from the banks, because the books reveal that the interest earned by property practitioners in this country, it's over 500 million. And we are only getting, with the presentation that the CFO did, we have collected in the year now currently under audit 53 million, which is a huge discrepancy. So that's the exercise that we're embarking upon. That really will put, when we talk about going concern, Chairperson and members, when we're talking about looking at DG and say, DG, we've made a submission for an allocation, that conversation will cease to exist, because we will be self-sustaining as the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority Chair.
Okay. Normally, how many complaints do you get per annum?
They are in the thousands, Chair.
How many?
In the last financial year, we received over 3,000 complaints.
Okay. Thanks very much. Before, did you?
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think context is very important so that members of the portfolio committee, as the representatives of the people, understand where we come from with this, so that we don't talk past each other and there are also no undue expectations created. About 2.5 years ago, we had asked the PPRA to become, should I say, bolder, much more bolder, in aggressively going after what is due to itself. the point that you emphasize, Chair, and also what the CEO points out too. I must say that the response at best has been a bit shy, if I can use that. We haven't seen the hunger and the aggressiveness we had hoped to see. Secondly, we too, we did an analysis, comparative study of what she raises, the CEO, of what other regulatory councils are doing. And we have seen that what the property practitioners are paying relatively in terms of the FFC is quite low. It's very low to sustain what we have to do. And we fear other organizations have pronounced themselves that the day we try to raise the funding, they will take us to court, they will do whatsoever. But government can't manage that way, and it can't govern by apology, and it can't govern in that way. There are courts which are arbiters of disputes, and that there's nothing wrong in us being taken to court if somebody is aggrieved and feels very strong that what we are doing is not right. But if we believe in the strength of our case, we believe we too have a right to defend ourselves, particularly if we are to make what essentially has got to be governed well. So correctly, the CEO knows that we had debated for some time the scheduling of the PPRA. Now that is a matter that is now settled, with the Minister of Finance having now finalized their scheduling in terms of the PFMA. It is now clear that they are not supposed to get government funding. The scheduling itself is pretty straightforward, makes them a self-sustaining institution. Because the model after which, when we reviewed the Estate Affairs Board Act and introduced the PPRA, was essentially that this what I'm talking about would be that model. But if the mechanics of that model are not strong enough, then they will forever be limping from one disaster financially to the next. And as a going concern, we have had bilaterals with the Treasury discussing this. We have a year ago made an intervention upon their request for retention of surpluses, and that we supported wholeheartedly. But we always knew that it is not a solution to what they are faced up with. It was a stopgap measure to keep them afloat long enough for them to do the things they really need to do so that they are sustainable. And rather, the PPRA come to the committee and complain that we have left them alone to their vices when they are attacked by right-wing organizations and so on. But let them do what is essential and what is necessary to be done. And if they need to raise the fees, the studies, they too did their own run on the same thing that we had done, and where we told them that we believe that these people, it's not sustainable what we are doing, and they need to do that, and the Fidelity Fund needs to be grown. I also told the CEO when I arrived here to say, I'll be the first one to support the PPRA. The day they say to us that we want Treasury to give us like a break of 10 years for retention of surpluses. But before we can even make that application to the Treasury, there must be surpluses to be retained. And not that what you've seen, meager. There must be serious surpluses to retain, and we will fight with the Treasury to say, let them keep and pot the money so that they've got sufficient capital to be able to grow capacity and do what they need to do. Again, even with the ICT environment, she knows, she has returned to us now. We have instructed our team to incorporate with CETA in the bigger system, that what they have their own module in terms of the bigger system, but government carries the bulk of the cost really in this case. So we are helping. It's not that we are just folding our arms and saying, but ka Sepedi, our home language chair, so they need to go and take the fight that is necessary to be fought. And I can tell you, even on transformation, they earlier did the right thing, raised the matter of what the law provides for. That says that unless you are transformed, we should not renew your certificate. And as soon as that came out, and as soon as we were threatened, they pulled back. So, and there's no court case to talk about. Let it go, and let us be stopped by the judgment of the court. But if it is not there, let us go ahead and do what is necessary and what the law requires. Because this parliament passed that law, saying it exactly like that, and in recognition of the fact that this sector, almost 90% of the practitioners remain white. After all these training programs and everything we're doing, they are very good, trust me, these programs. And we are very proud to even talk about them any day, the training programs. But they are a drop in the ocean, considering what we are faced up with. They remain the drop. If we are genuine about transformation, we must then implement the law. The law is not optional, Chairperson. It's not either, oh, I like this section. If we don't like it, then we must come back here and amend it. And if the people out there say, this law is unfair, they must take it to court and say, it's an unfair law, or it's an unjust law, or it's unconstitutional, and let those sections be set aside. And the court will prescribe to Parliament to say, review those clauses or those sections in the law. But as long as the law stands as it says, that law must be implemented. And I think that that's our posture around the PPRA. We think you are right, Chair. If they are more aggressive, they will get our support, I believe. That they shouldn't be timid at all. They must go after what they truly deserve. They must go raise the fees and say by 10% or whatever is reasonable, 6% year on year for the next 3 years or whatever. They must do what is necessary so that they become viable, and we'll support the mechanisms that will ensure their sustainability. But they shouldn't expect money. And I'm saying so because even with the request, they are not the only entity writing to us. We know of all of our entities, there are only two that by design and by designation and by classification, they are supposed to get money from us, including the HDA and SHRA, which gets our grant, the CCG. But for the rest, the other four, they are supposed to fend for themselves. That's how the system is designed. They are supposed to fend for themselves, raise their own money, manage their own affairs without expecting a cent from us. And in effect, because they belong to us and the state, and they were capitalized by the state, where they have made money, they must declare a dividend to the national fiscus. It is a must. All other entities of the state that trade and that makes money are supposed to declare dividends. And that is why we are saying that instead of them in this infancy stage declaring dividends and surrendering money back to the Treasury, we are prepared to say to the Treasury, let them pot the money, give them a waiver for the declaration of dividends, and let them retain surpluses for a significant period so that they can become viable. But it is expected that in future, they would have to declare dividends. So it shouldn't become like it's something that is terrible when the state, because if the state wins, if they don't win and they go down, they'll run to us to the department to say, bail us out or pay for us. But it can't be that the state only enters when things are bad. The state must also smile. It must also collect revenue for the fiscus so that that money can then go to the pressing needs like building people houses and providing people with water and other things. So that's the long and short of it. And the Treasury is kind now. It's saying to us, if in your sector you can raise the revenue, DG, you can tell us, we can discuss with you how we shift it, but retain it in the sector. So right now we are not able to do that because our entities that are supposed to generate money, they dilly-dally. We are just having a conversation with the NHBRC now to say, you have Fidelity Fund as well. That money, we have done an actuarial study on it. It's a hit and a run for now because it needs a much more in-depth one that they will have to do. But from the preliminary one we have done, we can easily take 4 billion out of that fund without risking their continued viability. And when all the others, the sector is this pressed for money, the strategic choices we make with that 4 billion, if we were to take all of it, and if Treasury is to agree with us, cannot go to consumption. It can't go to paying people's salaries. I think, and when we challenge the entities to say, rethink your model of operation, there's just resistance. There's no change. Year in, year out, we remain exactly as we are. So it will not change, Chair, but we will not fund consumption. I think we will fund strategic. If they were to say, like the First Home Finance in NHFC has run out of money and we must make 2 billion available to empower citizens, so be it. I think that we can do. If the CCG grant can give us a yield of more, then we can top up that CCG grant. And so, but obviously, impact as well as accountability and accountability and performance is key to making us make that determination. Thanks, Chair.
That's the responsibility of the board of councillors. That's why we appoint boards to be strategic and come up with strategic interventions. But at the same time, we're saying entities must talk to one another. I mean, NHBRC has a reserves of 12 billion. NHFC has reserves of about 2 billion, 2 billion, and so on and so on. And if we don't talk to each other as families and assist one another with this, whatever we have, the capacity, the knowledge, the strength, it creates if we continue operating in silos, it's a problem. But we expect PPRA to come to the party, put your foot down. Like I'm saying, you have a potential to raise 500 million, not only by raising percentages, because there are many out there who you don't know. You must go after them so that you register, they pay. There are many. Can we have, as members are preparing their questions and inputs, can we have just 10 minutes, Secretary? Comfort break. Can we continue?
Can we continue?
Can we continue?
Tato?
DJ. DJ. Are you driving? Okay. Okay, let's continue. Honorable members, can we interact with the presentation? Honorable Dlamini. I said our meeting is live, no? So when you eat, remember that. Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Abada, followed by Honorable Ditebe and Honorable Paul Pule, Honorable Pule, in that order. I think we have a bit of time. If you can just indicate to which entity, we deal with entities at the same time. We might have the second round, but as you ask your questions, indicate to which entity are you directing your question. Honorable Damini.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to members and colleagues that are present today. Firstly, I'd like to ask the department, the DG, that before we proceed with the entities, that the season that we are entering as a country is one where discourse is going to be communicated in various areas. And the one that was predominant the last month or so was a foreign national saying that he owns multiple rental RDP houses and is giving them out for rentals. And I felt like the voice of the department during that time, because South Africans then would become fatigued. And it's the duty of the government to give ease whenever there is miscommunication that is presented to the country. And I felt a huge absence from the department to clarify anything of that nature. But also in the same breath, that indeed if something like that does exist, because we can't dismiss it, if there are any current investigations that speak to such, if there's any particular individual, foreign or not, who owns multiple RTPs through a syndicate or anything of that sort, and has the department gone and investigated it, and I think to a certain extent, HDA must also investigate those of foreign nationals who've got farms in Stellenbosch and your Franschhoeks, who own hectares that South Africans are shunned away from. And I think we need to then address it now in this platform, also to put ease to citizens. That's the first one. The second one would be to SHRA. So the first entity I'm going to start with is SHRA. The Tembisa mega housing project is a concern. And we cannot, you know, when something of that magnitude comes, an instant response is always applicable. To delay a response, to say, no, we've written to, ideally, knowing that you are coming to a portfolio committee, there should have been something to give ease to that and give a response to that, because one, it means that there's money that was wasted. Two, there's still money that's going to go into a project that has been delayed and halted, but there are citizens who are also not getting access to houses because of such maladministration. And what is it that as an entity you're going to do to prevent it from happening in future? And the officials who administered that particular project, are they still part of the organization till this day? Are there any disciplinary proceedings that are happening? And then the vacancies that you have, are they speaking to those who hopefully have been fired when something like that has happened? This thing of tiptoeing around officials who get contractors who are not going to fulfill their obligations to the entity, they need an immediate firing. I think it's even worth fighting at CCMA. But once you do something that does not benefit citizens, it must be an instant response. Second to that, we went to Brazil, SHRA. And the most interesting part about their social housing was that you rent for a particular period of time and then it gets transferred to ownership. And here in South Africa, you rent from start until death. And if something, if your economic status then changes along the lines, so you've been renting, say, from 15 to 20 years, but for some reason your economic status changes and you're unable to keep up with the rental cost, you are immediately relinquish the property that you were occupying of social housing. And this is where the EFF speaks of state capacity the most. And this is where it's important that is there plans from the entity to move from rental to ownership at a particular point? That's the first one. And then none of the entities, Chair, expressed, or I didn't get it quite clearly, budget allocated to environmental changes or environmental, that speaks to the environment, whether it's disasters. I come from a town where we have mines also, so you know when the chemicals that come out affect houses, and if we're addressing any environmental hazards and if they are reflective on the budget allocations. And then lastly, Shah, with the issue of, the same question is going to go to HDA, the invoices that need to be paid within 30 days. Is it an obligation or is there a way that you screen that indeed the invoice is worthy to be paid in the 30 days? Because you can be compliant to pay an invoice in 30 days. But the same thing with the Tembisa project is that did the contractor invoice and it was paid for a contract that was never completed? So the process of paying an invoice is that ideally you must get value for money and not out of compliance. And if there's any, and how do you rectify an invoice being paid yet the job is not being done? And then with HDA, the concern would be that the storage must not become an entity where you store land and then it's never transferred to units. I think that's the biggest concern that we have. And the transformation, and this goes to all the entities, PPRA, HDA, on the transformation of women, youth that is unemployed, people living with disabilities, that the verification that indeed these people are benefiting, that there's no fronting of saying that a business is owned by a woman or a person living with a disability, but it's Mbali Dlamini who's doing thuggery, and the verification process of that. And so we, like a response to the verification process of the transformation that we feel and we see and we touch this transformation, and that it's not only on paper. And then HDA, what are the debts that you have accumulated? And vis-a-vis the budget that you have, so do you have any debts that you are servicing? And in your total overall budget, how much of that, and I think that particular question goes to all entities, the debts that you have, and how much of your overall budget is servicing that particular debt? And which debts are long-standing, long-term debts that span over a period of 3 to 5 years? And then the job creation, is it permanent job creation or is it temporary? And if you can give us figures of how many permanent jobs have you given, that would be very helpful. Thank you. And then HDA, what is the cost per title deed that you issue out? And then DG, roughly, what, in comparison to the other entities that you use with issuing out of title deeds, what will be the cost per title deed? And so that we can see which one is like most cost effective, because ideally HDA should have like a predominant issuing out of seeing that it is an entity here and it accounts to this particular portfolio committee. And then the filling in of vacancies, SHRA. I don't know if I'm mistaken, but I feel like the issue of vacancies, we've been speaking about it since last year. And so it's ongoing. DG, before you came, you must clarify that study vacancies. King, what's happening? Yeah, you must speak about that. Because now these vacancies must be filled. And from what we got is that the holdup is actually coming from the department in response to that. Did I capture it correctly? Okay, but can you please respond to what is this long feeling of vacancies that's coming from SHRA? It's too long and it's always the same positions. And then PPRA, the Fidelity Fund, what would be the circumstance that would reject a claim? And what is typically the average payout? And I also have a discomfort where consumer queries, in the report it says they are resolved efficiently. However, then we're given a time span of 6 months. Then it's not efficient if it's 6 months. And I think that needs to be reviewed. And then since we're trying to transform the space from having predominantly white practitioners, do you perhaps have a policy that would exempt unemployed or starting practitioners who are particularly black from paying renewal of licenses if they can prove that they have no income or employment that's coming in? And what would happen in a case like that? How would you remedy that as an entity? And then I also have a concern with the last remark that the DG made about the other 4 entities being required to go and source out money on their own. And the concern would be that sourcing out money from capital, which focuses on profit maximization, and that not addressing the housing issues, and then we become a profit machinery. SHRA, this comes back to you, because when you have institutions such as Communicate in the Western Cape that will say that we are subsidizing a rental, however you are paying 9,000 rand, then you are not giving relief. That's not relief in the great sense of things. And so my worry is that having private institutions play in the department and not have it completely state funded, it makes us vulnerable to such that we have to partake in profit maximization, whereas the intention is that Section 26 of the Constitution must be realized for all citizens. And Chairperson, for now, that's where I'll stop. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't need to gallop. We can still have another round. You can just prioritize your questions. I think we have enough time to take 2 or even 3 rounds so that we get answers. Maybe let me give to Honorable Magagula, and then we get responses. I come back to, yeah.
Thank you, Thank you, Chairperson. Angifuna ukuya kakhulu ne because of
That's Makazi. That's
Yeah.
Makazi. Remember, we can't do.
Has taken.
Yeah, we can't do anything without her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but Chair, on the first presentation, I think that was SHRA. On the, I want to go further on the 40% procurement of women or PDIs. But I'm having interest on women. You would, in this 40% jobs or procurement, in terms of job abalenzayo and also grading according to CE, CIDB, yeah, CIDB, in which levels are these companies which are given jobs are at, and if they are not at the highest level, what the SHRA doing to capacitate those contractors in terms of making them to, in future, to be the main contractors. And also in this level, sometimes we can say they're giving jobs, but you'll find that it's only painting, which is not, according to me, it's not a job which we can say we have empowered somebody and to sustain for a long time. And on this, maybe they can unpack accordingly. Also, Nonoguti, where are these contractors deployed according to our provinces or our regions, if iyakanjalo, and how many companies, 40% of how much job, and how many companies have maybe provided with umsebenzi. On HDA, I think Chairperson, whose statement has said, out of, he said, we need to have workshop with HDA, the department, and also the portfolio committees, because it seems that they are not provided with they're not accommodated in terms of umsebenzi. The jobs are given out of companies are private, or angazi if ungufaka amazwi emlonyeni uzosho, but is that ukuthi umsebenzi bona, they are not recognized as abantwana basekhaya, but si recognize abantwana base next door than bona kubanikezeni umsebenzi ukuthi bawenze. And my question to you, DJ, would be that I think on your last presentation last week on APPs, is that out of the 90 informal upgrading envisaged by the department to be developed in the coming financial year, how many are you going to allocate or are allocated to HDA to develop them, if there are any? And if Dololo, maybe you'll raise a reason as to why they are not counted in that job. On a PPRA chair, I think this industry is still controlled by a certain group of color in the country, according to our complaints, which you can hear from I once had a summit when I was deployed in one of the PCO, and there was a complaint that people of the blacks kakhulu. Okay. Yeah, yokuthi blacks kakhulu ne. They are working like ama agent or ama broker for the professionals akukuthi abelungu. Ukuthi CEO maybe can give us a demographic as to with the current which she has counted is 2000 or 2008 or 2000 professionals who are going to get AMA certificates or are going to be awarded. How many are blacks, how many are whites, how many are females, how many are males, and how many are black females, how many are black or whites, males and females, so that we can get ukuthi, is there any change? Because what I'm talking about, the summit was in 2022, I think so, yeah, and a lot of that hall was full of professionals, but who are not professionals by certificate. And there were those complaints which were raised. I think the current board can take it further and investigate and work on that in terms of the transformation in this industry so that it can be practicals that not we want to see Abo Pem Makakula, not Pem Goldings. About next, about what. So we want to see changes in this industry. Which, after 10 years, we had those companies as professional, as real estate, a professional, awanga awabonakalayo ukuthi i-transformation iyenzeka, and during the time of the current board sinikeza mandate yokuthi before Spuma 2029 we'll make a round and check yokuthi how far in changing the situation, and also who's providing or who's running the education and looking after those who are writing exams on the industry. And because I understand even if you have 1,000 abangasiya abamhlophe, but 1 or 2 or 0 will pass the exam. And then if it's difficult kangako, yini enza ukuthi be difficult for others, ingabi difficult for the others. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me allow for responses, and then take the next round. Let me start with the SHRA. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members. I think the first question, it was on the issue of Clayville, the one of the projects that is in Tembisa. Chair and honorable members, I think as SHRA, this is a platform that we need to explain ourselves clearly, Chair. The Clayville project fall under Ekuruleng Housing. It's not fall under SHRA. It came to SHRA as a funding. SHRA is funding it. But the project is with Ekuruleng Housing. So number one. The Ekuruleng Housing was giving 122 million. It not was been given, that was the project award. The award that they got, it was 122 million. But out of 122 million, SHRA only dispersed 45 million. How does SHRA work, Chair? SHRA project will start, then you will start with your foundations. After foundation, that will be the first disbursement. We don't give the whole money. You get the money according to your milestone. So that is what has happened in terms of Ekurhuleng. So what is happening now is between SHRA and Ekurhuleng, and taking, I think, the political instability in these metros that is one of the things that is affecting SHRA. Ekurhuleng, this project started in 2018. Okay, we were appointed in 2021, but we find the project already being stopped. Then we started to resuscitate to say, as SHRA, let us have the meeting with Ekurhuleng Housing. As it may be, I think now is the third board that we are meeting with. There's no stability. But presently, there's a move that is happening after you chase us in that time. So, but we were busy working with it. We had a meeting with them to say, municipality, we can't do it alone without you because this is not fully funded as our program. You are part of it. So they said they went to the council giving them 15 million to start and secure the process. Then on our side, Chair, I don't know whether it will be early for us to say we have requested to have a meeting with the MEC of Housing in Gauteng to check this issue of Clayville. How can the department come and assist? But on our side, as SHRA, we said no, if as SHRA to take this project, we can take this project, but there will be a fall off of plus minus, is it 85 million that we need? If we can get that, then we will give the money that they didn't spend on our side. Then we get 85 million so that we go off. And remember, this is a long project that was not working. The structural issues, I'm not an engineer, but I went there. The structure is crooked. Anything can fall at any time. But there's a security now on the site so that to protect the site. But it's not SHRA that is paying that site in terms of security, DG. It's the Ekurhuleng Housing that is doing that. So with the submission that we did on the issues of project, if we get a red, not a red, a green mark from the DGs and the minister's office, we can put the cranes in all of these projects and we'll start running. But as it may be, as SHRA, we have allocated that to say we shot with 85 million that we can assist SHRA. Let's hope that having the meeting with the MEC, including the Ekurhuleng Housing, we will come somewhere to resuscitate this project. And members, I just wanted to say the time we went there as a SHRA board into the site, you could see the community did came out and they see hope to say, okay, there's a car, there's a lot of people, so meaning the project can start at any time. They wanted this project to be finished. And remember, the way it is, it has even put the value of their houses down. So we need to protect the South African chair in order to come on the issue of Clayville. But we promise maybe next time when you call us, coming to present those projects, will come with a different face. But this is not only SHRA, we are holding Ekurhuleng Housing with us. So yeah, there's on the issue. Then the second issue on the issue of rent to own, I think DG says will assist. As SHRA, we are pushing that. As SHRA, we did submit a document to say that we are envisaging to do rent to own. Why we said that there will be a person that rent a house for 10 years and you find that one day is being retrenched, and as SHRA, we need to go and evict that person. And that is the only place that that person know. So rent to own is it's a very progressive move, especially dealing with issues of working class and how to bridge the project that is happening. But again, in terms of rent to own, we need to be careful to come with the policy that is not going to make people to be unfair to others and fair to others. So in terms of the determination test, I think the office of the DG and the department will assist us, but we are thinking of doing that. The proposal was put on that, especially on the old project that we've been long time being built, not the current one. Why not the current one? Mandate of SHRA is to reinvest, is to collect rental. So as much as we want to do rent to own, we mustn't make the vision of SHRA to vanish. So these are the things that we need. It will need the technocrats to come and check all this thing, but we wanted to check that. We will come to the Brazil on that, yes. In terms of the budget, when we talk about the issue of climate change and what, no, we don't have anything to do with that. I will ask DG to help us with. We only had, we do have geotech that we give in terms of the landslide, or when you are building, there's a problem with your structure, whatever. So there's a geotech, but including that geotech we have stopped, it's going to be given by the provinces, not by us. So issue of insurance, because of this climate change, we had one of the issue in West Rand, one of our building, yeah, Tata Umoya. So, yeah, so we don't have that, and because the SHI and the ODAs need to protect that, then that's why I said maybe the department will assist me or on top of that. On job creation, the job that we are doing is not a permanent job. Remember, we are just building. Then somebody will get a grant, then we'll build the flats, then we'll hire the locals, which is a 30%. Then after the building, after the project is closed and it's been transferred to whatever, then the job is done. Then the people go. We don't have anything that is permanent, and it's not being taken by SHRA. Remember, you apply for the grant, it will be Pulani's grant. So Pulani will hire those 30%, will do the compliance. We need to check that's in terms of compliance, whether you are doing well or whatever. So the compliance department check all those things. Then the permanent that we see on that, I saw one of the project here in Cape Town, they took one of their interns to do the property management, which is we're happy. So I hope others will do that, yes. But after construction, there's nothing, yes. It may be maybe or a property management to take the locals to do the cleaning. It's more on laborers and general worker purpose, yes. Then in terms of the vacancy of SHRA, in my opening speech, we are having 56 staff complements, but now we are 46. And we submitted the proposal to the department. We came here and the chair said, why SHRA is not having the CEO, the CFO? We went back to say, okay, we can unbundle our structure. By unbundling our structure, not to recost it, to unbundling what you are having in terms of the cost. We did that, we unbundled to say we can unbundle the corporate service manager to have a CFO and a corporate service manager. We did that, and the department assisted us with the team that was checking that. We put the advert, we did everything, we submitted we're waiting for the DG to give us a go ahead or the ministry to give us ahead. We submitted everything. If the submission comes back to us today, tomorrow we can take it to the paper to advertise. And we did that. It was on the, November? Yeah, last year, November, when we submitted. So we are still awaiting for the department. And we were saying if maybe the department doesn't approve, but they will approve because they did give us the committee that can assist us in unbundling. We said we're going to write the letter to say the department, time is moving, otherwise we need to go back to what we're having because we are struggling. But as me, the SHRA is functioning well, DG, and chairperson with the acting that we are having. We are running the clock full time in terms of the SHRA. That's why the staff of the SHRA even get the bonuses because next month, or if you come, we're gonna come with the 100% in terms of our performance. We are there. And communicate. This is a very communicate. We stopped. I think DG. We need to be fair, SHRA. There was one of the project that was supposed to be given to SHRA, but as a to communicate. As a council, we stopped that project to put it aside to say we're not gonna fund this till the investigation that the national office is doing then to come back with. We do get the harassment, I do get the letters as a chair, and I said this is where we are. And remember, communicate is not like 100% social housing entity. There's an apartheid special that is there. So that is affecting us. That's why we wanted to say, no, let's stop because now we don't know here whether we are funding a social thing or we're funding a private. So we hold on that and the office, the teacher thing, maybe you will add something on this, but without them telling us how far the investigation are, we're not gonna give that project. I think in terms of honorable member question, then I'll come to Sis Togo. In terms of Sis T, Honorable Togo, on the supply chain, when we say 40% employment, we say 40% on supply chain. Sure, we can't employ, we're just gonna employ on that 56, but outside that is to give supply chain this to women, people with disability and youth. But you raise a very important issue here in terms of the construction level. As a chairperson of SHRA and as a woman, SHRA is not doing well in terms of having women contractors. In the last board, we said as a SHRA, if any project that is coming is not being owned by women or woman is part of those projects, we're gonna take them back. Because we feel that on the transformation of women in construction, whether in SHI or ODAs, we are not doing well. Then the executive came and said, no, Chair, we are having 7 women now on a project pipeline. So I said, if it's 7 women, so we can appoint 4 of them at the same time so that to go off and pull the ground. So we are still there. And SHRA, we are having 111 projects, but not active. Remember when SHRA started. So I'm just saying all of them. Then out of them, I think maybe we're having 50 something or 40 something that are still on a construction level. So this is where SHRA it is. And if Chair, you call us maybe next week to present those projects with financial viability or those that are not, I don't want to say blocked. We don't have a block project. The block project at DG is only the Clayville one. It's a blocked. The block project, the second one is the Marang, and the Marang was not a block project. We know that there was an issue in terms of the land, and we are happy that now the NDP has given us the title deed, and it was a nice ceremony to go and receive the title deed for Marang. Marang is a very nice site. I think it's plus minus 2,000 units that are there. And as progressive as we are as SHRA with a small budget that we are having, Chair, now we have put the security in Marang. Immediately they gave us the title deed. We said let us secure the site so that even if the locals see that something is coming. So on the plan of Marang as Chair, you were saying, we are planning to, we wanna do the expression of interest, Chair and DG, and maybe for people of Northwest, so that when we talk about the demographics of the projects, so that nobody from Johannesburg must go and take that project. Let us give people of Northwest that. And then Honorable Togo did ask about the demographics on the projects. Gauteng is having its own 57%. I think it's because of its economic hub. We know that everybody will want to go to Gauteng and the way Gauteng it is. And then we're having Free State is on 11%. And we'll have your KZN is on 12. Then the smallest, it's Limpopo. And in terms of Limpopo, we get a challenge. I think as SHRA and as this parliament, we need to be clearly. DG, abantu base Limpopo can build for themselves. Abantu base Limpopo can't. I don't know whether they don't believe in rental or what. We do have a project in Limpopo, and it's not doing well in terms of rental, because it's like your Limpopo is like the Sandton in another area. So maybe if we get there, we need to be clear about that. And I know, even if including the issue of RDPs, yeah, because I'm a granddaughter. I'm from my mother's from Limpopo. They having that thing that when you stay in an RDP, there's something wrong about you. They don't take RDPs. You rather give them the material and build for themselves. So if you are in Limpopo, you know that. If you take a social housing, you take it to Limpopo. Is there now in Polokwane? I don't know, when they say, oh, social, they feel, So it's not doing well. It's a very nice project. We are trying to tenant it. So maybe if we can get the RZ DG, maybe go John 10 first, mining, maybe they can change. But it doesn't mean, as we are saying, as SHRA, we don't want to build in Limpopo. Each and every province has its own thing. Then KZN, we are doing well. And Western Cape, yeah, we are doing well. Then Northern Cape, yeah, it's still coming. Free State is coming well. Yeah, we do have a lot of projects that you're going to dispose in Free State that we need to change as a SHRA to do. SHRA is our footprint, it's national, Chairperson. I wanted to say that, and we are pushing, and one will say, as a chair of SHRA, especially with the structure and the architectural that are coming, it's like we are building the units in Melrose Arc and taking them closer to people. I think these are the questions that did came in terms of SHRA. I can give CEO just to add.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to expand a little bit on some of the responses. On the environmental question, in terms of the project implementation, it is a requirement that there's an environmental impact assessment that is done. So we do sort of check where the project will be placed, if it's suitable for the intended development. And then on the procurement, in the APP, there's two sort of transformational procurement indicators. There's the 77% on the percentage of the CCG grant awarded to previously disadvantaged people. And then there's the 40% that we talk about. So we just need to separate them because they're two different metrics, if I may put that. So that when we get audited for claiming achievement of 77%, we go deep reach in terms of following the money, that when we've awarded the grant and we pay our disbursement, who are the ultimate recipients of that grant. So they then need to give us verification, whether it's a woman, a youth, or persons with disability. So that's all evidence that supports the achievement of the target. The SHRA doesn't necessarily get involved in the appointment of those contractors. But we are in the process of coming up with a mechanism where we should be actually getting involved so that we know that there's a benefit in terms of who are the ultimate, let's call it beneficiaries from a procurement perspective of the grant that we've awarded. I think those are just the two that I wanted to really lift and amplify. And then if it pleases the committee, and my request would be we can provide you with a breakdown of that 77% for the past financial year, how we've achieved it, because I didn't come prepared with that, honestly speaking. But if that's the request, we will make that information available. Thank you.
Chair, maybe another thing that we need to deposit as SHRA is to say that in terms of the medium-term target, we know that 2025, 2026, we're supposed to come with 3,000 units, but now SHRA is degrading. In fact, it's going down. Now we need to come with 2,878, and I'm worried if there's a plea of housing outside, and then SHRA, due to the budget constraint that we have, our budget is under 900 million, and to deliver all those units. So this is where we need the office of the DG and the minister to bless us on that, because if indeed you can give SHRA a chance or over billion with the performance and where we are in terms of our audit, I think if we're dealing with the investor confident, we will be saying, no, this is the institution that's supposed indeed to get that fund. So this is the plea that we wanted to put to say, if we get a funding, especially for like e.g. the project like Marang, we want to treat Marang DG as a special project, because it's having plus minus those 2,000 units that we don't even have money to deal with that. So this is a plea that we need to put, to say that we need that cherry on top. Then we will perform and we will come here to account for what we have been given. Thank you.
Yeah, I think HDA will follow, but Chairperson, don't run the risk of being litigated, and you must not be seen interfering and so on. Just implement the law. If you advertise, if you return the applications because there are no women, and in your advert you never said this is reserved for women, they will take you to court. And the procurement or supply chain landscape gives you what to do. There are points for a company with only men. There are points for a company with men, with women. There are points for a company with youth and so on, so that you are not taken to to court in that regard. HDA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I will just want to maybe not to clarify, but to, maybe to clarify what the Honorable Makagula was raising, which is true, what she was raising. That's what I raised to say this is based on the fact that every time, Chair, we come here and we're saying we are ready to implement the primary mandate being a developer of choice. But I raise it on that context. She is correct that as and when we are saying we are claiming that status of being a developer of choice, that means we think we should be a preferred developer when it comes to implementing human settlement projects by government to start with. Now, the issue that I was raising, rather that we are raising is, as and when we are doing that, there is a tendency now that shows that the provincial departments of human settlement, or let me be more academic, some provincial department of human settlement, they are showing a vote of no confidence on us by unilaterally withdrawing works that they have given to us. And that will make it very difficult for us to convince the external people, the private sector, that we are a developer of choice when our own within the sector, within the department, in the provinces, they are not saying that by their action. And then that's when I said probably it will be important to have a workshop, because in terms of writing letters, it seems like these letters are going and coming, but they are not resolving the issues. Maybe it will be better to have a workshop where we can tell each other on our face to say, what is it that we are not doing it right as HDA in order to correct ourselves? Because the other person that is telling us, being the AG, for example, is telling us a different story. The AG is saying we are doing well, you have got a clean audit, you are performing well. But our own brothers and sisters, they are not telling us that by action when they withdraw works that they have already allocated and will come to the house and report that we are going to deliver these and these numbers, believing that we have those numbers. But all of a sudden, along the way, such works are being withdrawn. So, and that's one part. The other part is the non-payments of works that have been delivered. And in some instances, is the undue delay of payments. And we do write letters to so-called service providers. So-called clients, being those provincial. But we don't get any joy. There is a mechanism called intergovernmental relations, where the department is involved, where there are issues, but it's not yielding any positive results. And time is running out because we have to come back and account, we have to readjust ourselves, we have employed people to work and all those kind of things. So my request was probably maybe we are missing each other through letters. If we are under one roof, we lock ourselves there and say, let's talk to each other. What is it that we are not doing it right that really can be rectified? Because we don't know as we are sitting here, what is it that we are not doing it right? And at the same time, Chair, the issue of intergovernmental relation, my understanding, if it was done correctly, I thought probably if somebody is aggrieved or if there's a dispute, that will be a forum that will be used before you take a decision. But if you go to that process when already somebody is pulled off, it becomes not helpful. But the fact of the matter, we are not yet talking about Department of Rural Development or Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We are talking about Human Settlements Department in the provinces. So, which means we are a family. But we're not talking to resolve issues if there are issues. People were just showing each other some muscles to say, I can do this. Nobody will do anything about it. And indeed, there's not. But at the end of the day, it's the people who are suffering. It's the mandate that is suffering. It's the constitutional obligation that we have to deliver houses or human settlement or adequate houses for that matter that is suffering. And so that's how my plea was. Probably, maybe we are missing each other. Maybe, in letters, we're not able to express our positions and the like. Maybe if we can sit down as a family, of human settlement family, and deal with this is once and for all. And if that question, Chair, that you have been asking for the past few years to say, is there a need for SDA to exist? Maybe that question can be answered in that kind of a forum to say, actually, it has run its course. We need to look at alternative way of delivering human settlement or housing. So, but if the answer will be no, the HDA is the only vehicle, and that is said by our sisters and brothers, and then it means what is it that we need to do to achieve that? So that was my input around it, that, Chair. And then I will ask the colleagues to deal with other questions.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there were a number of questions raised that looked at the issue of the budget allocation for environmental issues. Maybe let me just talk to the HDA how we contract, so that we put it in context. We from our side, Chair, we've got a number of what I would call products that we can offer, service offerings. But we depend on the departments or the municipalities in terms of what they want. So we almost more of a pull product type of an organization. You pull what you want from us, and then we have we've got GIS if you want us to assist you with that. If you want us to assist you with any of those projects, we have. So to that extent, what we're dealing with here is, for example, if you look at what the national department has asked us to deal with now, is to assist them with the sinking holes. So from our side is what they have asked us to deal with, and then that's what we will do the analysis and so forth. So from an environmental, we don't have a specific budget for that. It depends on what the client wants from us, and then we, in terms of Section 29, whatever that comes must come with the budget, DG. Whatever they ask us to do, Section 29 of the HDA says, then it must be followed by budget. So that's where we are. But we can offer any other service, including the natural disasters in terms of how we deal with them. We are dealing now with the issue of the sinkholes, as I said. And from the invoices that are paid in 30 days, we do have a process of how we look at those invoices. So from our side, what we usually say is that the invoices that we pay in 30 days are the invoices that have been accepted. So not all the invoices that come to us are on 30 days. If you look at our invoice register, you will see that there are those that are accepted. Then at the point when we accept them, then those are the ones we pay in 30 days. There are some of them that we've returned back to say, look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe there's remeasurements that needs to be done and so forth. So for all of those, we put them in another category. So the 30 days that we raise here for us is the 30 days that we have done the remeasurements, we have done all of those to convince ourselves that the person deserves to be paid. Then that's when we do the 30 days. And then in terms of land storage, what we do is we also realized that there was a lot of hoarding of land where people just want land. Remember also at some point, one of the issues that was used, because the departments work on expenditure as opposed to they don't accrue. So what they used to do at some point is that towards the end of the financial year, then they will send the money to us to say buy land. And then we will find that most of those land parcels are also not having any plans that needs to be done. So what we now do is we ended up with a lot of land that we were holding that did not have any going forward. What needs to be done with that land is not service and so forth. So we've moved now to emphasize mostly the rapid land release program. So in that rapid land release program, we say when you give us the money for the land, also give us the money for the services, so that then we know that that land is not going to just be there and be a white elephant, which at any rate then becomes an opportunity cost. So from that angle, we're doing the rapid land release mostly. And then it helps because then by the time we release the land back to the municipalities, it is at least serviced. So because other municipalities prefer to release land to beneficiaries that is serviced, but not necessarily giving them houses. So at that point, we know that we've covered the services. So the service land is then covered. On transformation, how do we deal with the verification to avoid fronting? It's a bit of a complex one because as an organization, we depend on the CSD. So there is the CSD. Unfortunately, at the back, you can also have the CIPC. I think there is the CIPC. That's where you'll see who are the directors and what. But ordinarily, as a government, we use the CSD chair. And then from the CSD point, it will appear as the CSD, and then it says that the company is owned by Tato Hatsi, and Tato Hatsi is a female and so forth. So we take the face value of it from where it is. There are one or two instances where it will show that there is fronting, but from our angle, unfortunately, because of the interface system that we use is the CSD, that's what we rely on. Chair, my understanding of the debts and how we service them was that it means that in terms of loans, because I didn't understand it to be receivable. So I thought it's loans. We don't have loans, so we're not borrowing any loans, and from a permanent or temporary jobs. Maybe let me explain it this way, Chair. In terms of the HDA, we work with the midterm operational plan, which is known ordinarily as the MTOP, and then we've got a funding agreement, and the last one that we also use is the instruction to perform work. So in all of those three, you can just sign with us, maybe the MTOP, what we call the MTOP. If we've signed an MTOP and it's a 3-year MTOP, we then recruit in relation to the MTOP. So our positions are mostly what you can look at as job opportunities, because we look at that and we say we've got an MTOP for 3 years, and then we will then employ people for the 3 years, because then the payment comes with those 3 years. But part of why we're doing it that way, Chair, is to address the issue that you have raised in terms of sustainability, because we don't want to have staff members that are here, but we don't have work for them. And then we then sit with the issue of the MTOP has expired, but we've got employees that we need to pay. So we link the employment to the MTOP. So if the MTOP that we've signed with Northwest, for example, is 3 years, then we will recruit for 3 years the type, because in the MTOP they will put the services that they want us to do. And then there will be those other services that they will come with the instruction to perform work, which is extra. But based on that, the 90% of the work that they will want us to perform, it will be linked to the MTOP. And when we recruit, we'll recruit on the basis of that. So from our side, we recruit really on a temporary basis of 3 years, 4 years, depending on how long the MTOP has been signed. It's not always the best model, because from a retention point of view, people feel like they'll just come to us as a stopgap whilst they are looking for another job and so forth. We do understand that, but we do try to say that once we are left with a year in that MTOP, we start talking to the people, so that our guys, we don't sit with what we refer to, Chair, as the flight risk of staff members feeling like they want to leave because they are not too comfortable with whether the contract will be renewed. So I think that is the issue that has been a challenge and is still a challenge for us as the HDA in terms of the retention of talent. But most of the people do understand that we do try and negotiate for the MTOPs to be renewed. Chair, the issue of the title deeds and the quantum, it's a challenge, because it's sitting now at DG at around 1,350. And attorneys have a problem with it. That's the quantum that it is. But the attorneys have a problem with that, purely because from a timing point of view, it doesn't work for them, the 1,350. But that's the quantum that has been, the subsidy quantum that has been approved. There are some of the provinces that are trying to meet them halfway, pay them 1,800. I think the issue for us and the trick has always been the scaling of it. So if we've got volumes, and then you've got a convincing secretary, and then you've got volumes, you can then at least use the convincing secretary to say it's not as expensive as I was putting in an attorney to do that work for you. But the convincing secretaries, most of them, they are more experienced than attorneys in terms of that work. So that's how that's how we've been getting away with it, to say that 1,300, maybe where we've got an opportunity like in the Western Cape, because we've got more there, Chair, we are able to then say if we give them to 2 or 3 companies, then the economy of scale also for them, it makes sense that they get better. So that's where we are. I think we've responded to all the questions for the HDA. Thank you.
Thank you. PPRA.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. The key question that was asked by Honorable Dlamini about our financial, what did I say? Whether we do have loans or debts. Whether we have loans or debts. I've been told on authority that we do not have any debt. We are struggling to sustain ourselves, but we are actually more prudent as it is. And I'd just like to add that I take counsel from the DG that indeed, now that we are clear that we are on our own, that we have to pull up our socks. And fortunately, yesterday we did have a board meeting whereby we were sensing that we really need to be on the lookout, and we put together a committee led by the CEO to be more on stakeholder engagement, together with some of the board members or committee members, on how to generate more income for the entity so that we really become self-sustaining. So other questions would go to my team members on operational level. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chairperson of the Board. Chair, I'll start with Honorable Makagula's question on how many professional designations were awarded in the current financial year. And all of them, Chairperson, I wanted to confirm that they are Black women, and we are sitting at about 1,153, and of course these are unaudited. But you'd recall in the last financial year, Chair, we were sitting at only 74 professional designations awarded through the principalization program. And that is because, Chair, a lot of PDIs, professionalization program talks to now, going up at an entrepreneurial level, which means that you need to set up, with CIPC, you need to now file your SARS reports. And a lot of PDIs were not receptive of that. But in the last current financial year, in the last financial year, we ensured that, we give them the necessary tools to also entice them, to go to the highest designation. So it has been significant improvement in that regard, Chairperson. And coming into Honorable Dlamini's questions, I'll start with the question around the claims from the Fidelity Fund. And Chair, allow me to start like this. So for every claim that is considered, there is a legal framework that is provided by the provisions of the Act and the regulations. And, subject to these provisions, the funds must maintain and apply to reimburse persons who suffer pecuniary loss by either reason of theft of trust monies committed by a property practitioner who was in the possession of a Fidelity Fund certificate. So that's important. That requirement is important. That in order for us to even look at your claim, you must have transacted with a property practitioner who holds a valid Fidelity Fund certificate. And then secondly, the failure by a property practitioner to comply with Section 54, subsection 1 of our Act. And that provision, Chair, talks to every business property practitioner must open a trust account with a registered bank. So if a property practitioner doesn't open this and then a consumer suffers a loss, we won't be able to pay that claim. And I think that's what Honorable Dlamini was asking, when do we reject a claim? So if you've transacted with a property practitioner who's not compliant, and then secondly, with a property practitioner who did not hold trust monies in a trust account. And then, Chair, the average payout in the 2025-2026 year, we have paid out a total of 15 million in claims, but the average claim ranges from about 7,000, that's the lowest we'll see, and it can even go into the millions. But I wanted to just reassure this committee, Chair, that it is our duty as the PPRA to obviously protect the Fidelity Fund and prevent it from erosion of such funds by consumers. And again, in this 2025-2026 year, we were able to successfully defend a claim, one of the largest claims we've received of 80 million in the highest court. And the said practitioner is now appealing. But this is just a demonstration that when we receive claims, we just don't pay like it's business as usual. We have a duty to protect these funds. And then, Chair, through the job creation question, whether this is it permanent or is it just temporary? And Chair, as a PPRA, we really want young people of this country to choose being a property practitioner as a career of choice. So we don't want it to ever be it's a by the way profession. Chair, I've said in this committee several times that this is an almost 8 trillion rand sector. And the participation in the sector by PDIs in particular, youth and young people, we take it seriously. So for us, we want to ensure that even in our programs, Chair, it is just not you are not just a grant recipient and then after 12 months you leave. That's why in the recent program that was successfully run in KZN, the 537 young people who crossed that stage in March, we've introduced a post-training support for these young people to ensure that they are absorbed by firms, especially the large firms in the KZN region. We've never done a post-training support program, but we have introduced it, Chair, and it's in effect as we speak. Because we also need to remember that, Chair, that our industry is commission-based. Whether you're looking at being a conveyancer, whether you are looking at being an auctioneer, it's a commission-based sector, but we want to ensure that the retention rate remains high. And once again, with this program that we just concluded, it was an all-time first ever retention rate of that significance, Chair, sitting at 87%, because people, after they get a stipend, they leave, but it shows that we are doing something right in that instance. Then the question around the transformation and the whether, how do we verify? And Chair, I just wanted to state that, and I'll talk, I know HJ spoke on the procurement aspect of it, but I also wanted to touch on our programs, especially around the grant recipients. In all our programs, especially the SME incubation, obviously, the young business, the PDIs, when they procure, they say that they procure from, businesses run by SMMEs. Even we encourage the office space renting. It's, they're renting from SMME, people. We do go and ensure, we do inspections and random checks to ensure that indeed what you procured, you did it procure. We are paying rent on your behalf for the year, indeed it's in a building, and obviously giving preferential to SMMEs. And then, Chair, the last question I believe was around whether we have a budget allocation to environmental changes, and we currently don't, Chair, but we will take it on to make sure that moving forward it is incorporated. I think it's a good question, Chair. I believe that is the other question that Member Dlamini asked was around the renewal of licenses, whether do we waive that for PDIs. And I wanted to say, Chair, that the renewal of licenses, no, But the initial issuance of FFCs, we have partnered with, both private and public stakeholders. For example, with the services CETA, one of our requirements is that on all of our programs, you're not just going to give a grant and a stipend, but they pay for the initial FFC, which is good for 3 years. And then our private stakeholders, same thing. So when they bring PDS onto these programs, they pay for the stipend. When they now go through our exams to pay for the status upgrade, so moving from a candidate to a full status, we also assist in payment in that regard. So we really don't leave them out in the lurch. We ensure that we assist where we can in ensuring that they are compliant, because we do know that that is it's, the price tag is a little bit high, but we also do need the revenue, Chair. I think that's everything, Chair. Thank you.
Secretary here says she has been waiting for FFC for the past 4 years. Maybe after the meeting you can engage with her. DG?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Gamini, the issue of the foreigners who are said to be owning RDPs. We did a preliminary investigation, and we also checked with provinces, and we asked each province to confirm whether they are adhering to policy, because policy does not say we can allocate an RDP to a foreigner. So the houses are only allocated to South Africans. What we have found, though, is that although all provinces confirm to us that they are adhering to policy and that they do not do so, meaning they do not directly allocate houses to foreigners, what we know is that there is conditions precedents in the Act, the Housing Act, Section 10A and B, which are preemptive and which say that once we have allocated you with a house, it's not yet full title and legally yours. You have a usury right and an occupational right to that house. The title fully vests with you after a expiry of the preemptive period. So what we do know with certainty is that South Africans do not wait for that period for different circumstances. So however, they are renting the houses out, they are selling the houses out because on paper it still shows that a certain Mbali Dlamini is an occupant, whereas is then found that actually the occupant is not Mbali Dlamini, it's somebody else. So given those challenges, you would recall that there was an attempt on our part to say that right across the country, the law must be respected, and that those who illegally sold the houses needs to reclaim their properties, and also where foreigners have purchased such properties is an illegal thing. So this power, if you read the Act carefully, is the power that does not rest with the national minister. It rests with a provincial MEC. Because even the same law, 10B, say where a person wants to no longer has a need for this RDP, perhaps your circumstances have changed, you now get a better paying job, or you qualify for a mortgage, you can build your own house or whatever. If you want to surrender it, don't sell it, surrender it. That's what the law says. So the surrendering must happen towards the MEC. And so the power, therefore, of ensuring allocation of house and of ensuring that that piece of law is respected vests with the MEC, and that responsibility is there. And so we called upon all provinces to investigate this. I must say that this matter came to a halt. You indicate that our silence is quite concerning, and and discomforting. We have protocols within the executive branch, as much as even yourselves in the legislature branch has your own protocols. We have them there, so we just come up and speak. There is a cabinet process in place, and we had a cluster approach to this matter. At a technical level, we have already even had a joint cluster with the JCP as cluster and departments to agree when earlier on Operation Dudula threatened that they had just been dealing with hospitals and what, and they threatened that they would shut down schools and that there would be no schooling system. And they also intimated that we are busy allocating houses to foreigners and that they will take the law into their own hands to remove people who are foreigners and who don't qualify out of the houses. So now, Cabinet did give the direction and council to say all the sector departments impacted by this must collaborate, and that led to this joint cluster meeting that I have indicated. I'm not at liberty to speak about what the resolutions of the cluster are saying relative to that approach, but needless to state that we have achieved somewhat of a success because the schools were not disrupted, as you do know. There are no more disruptions at health facilities and all of this, and we also have not seen anybody being removed from this. We have been engaging on the sidelines, and Minister too at ministerial level has been meeting with the NGOs working in this sector and that are raising this matter. We have recently had a thorough engagement with the NSA. We will continue to work with them around this matter. They are quite dissatisfied about this matter specifically. They are a single issue based type of approach, and they are saying that they want to deal with the matter of the allocation of RDPs. They have also brought to us and brought to our attention where we have seen that in some metros, some unscrupulous councillors and other people are actually abusing the system and fraudulently allocating houses via a syndicate. Needless to state that this, because it's organized crime, we have done what we need to do by handing it over to the relevant law enforcement agencies in our country and within the JCPS cluster, but equally we have brought it to the attention of those two metros that they need to step up and act on it. So I must just say that we are quite committed to doing the right thing, but equally the call is also not just on government doing the right thing by allocating to the right beneficiary. There are also irritations in the system, which is not illegality. The policies say if you are a disabled person, you are an elderly person, you are a child-headed also, we must make you jump the queue and go right to the forefront, so you are allocated first. But also we are saying that if you are a victim of floods or natural disasters and your houses have been, you are also supposed to be the second category of people who now have been displaced. They are moved ahead of the queue. This has caused a lot of consternation that municipalities and provinces apply the rules quite differently. In other instances, this opens up for abuse of process, where you can see a person who's clearly not fitting any of those criteria, but being made to jump the queue and go ahead. And this has caused a lot of unhappiness in communities. And so, and where it becomes criminal and fraudulent is where an elderly person is said to have been allocated the house and a happy letter has been issued, which she has never seen. But in essence, the house has been allocated to some other South African who is not, and that South African say, you can't remove me because I'm also on the list and I qualify as well too. So you give me the house first. And also complicating matters at another level, it's where houses are then unduly occupied. The project is up, it's 90% completion, has not been handed over to the councils or the provinces for thorough allocation. And we have seen that some councillors and some political parties have been encouraging people to invade these houses, and they then take ownership. And this we see more so closer to the elections, and we think that it's undesirable. Let me move quickly. You have said, do we want to do this thing and about whether the HDA must also do the audit around farms and so on. Again, our internal protocols in the executives will not allow the HDA or ourselves to do any of that because Cabinet had it in its wisdom decided that that land audit you are calling for be done by the Department of Land Affairs. They are responsible for that. We can check for you with our counterparts in that department how far that audit has gone, but we know that there is a cabinet resolution standing that they do such an audit. On the issue of rent to buy, I'll just indicate that the Minister has already published a policy statement on this matter. This is the first stage to us going the policy route. And what we are busy with now, I've appointed a reference group that has professors, academics, practitioners, and many people playing in the sector, with a viewpoint of them finally saying what exactly would the policy say and whether it will. We have also, in the bilaterals, them take engagements with the Treasury, test it out with them to see if there will be such appetite. They then agreed with us and then said we must then include it as part of the work we are doing with Operation Vulindlela. We have done so. So other than what Vulindlela is doing and the pilot we intend to run for that, we are also doing this intense work around it, particularly to look at the different iterations it will find expression in, and also the different permutations. Chair, I think you would know that the Brazilian situation would not apply exactly here because of the different set of laws we have here. Some of them apartheid era, some quite recent. And we have to look at the Usury Act. Let me just demonstrate this point to you, Chairperson and members. You know that the regulations say that a mortgage for a house, a home loan, minimum period is 20 years. But to buy a vehicle is 5 years. This is standard. Now, I think it's a bit defeatist. I don't know. It's something we're looking at correcting because it should be based on individual circumstances and by affordability. And I think that the affordability matrix is what must guide. Because with these things, the longer the mortgage is, the more you pay. And the more interest you pay on it than the shorter it is. Because a person looking for a house worth 600,000, that's what they want to buy in a township or somewhere. They are going to have that mortgage over 20 years. But the bank does not have a problem approving a vehicle financing loan of 1.2 million, by far exceeding that, and that is repaid over 5 years. So it really doesn't make sense. I think the nature of the asset shouldn't be the determining factor. It should be based on your ability to pay. So if the bank can accept that you can pay a vehicle of 1.2 million over 5 years, then it should be ready to accept that you can pay a house of 600,000 over 5 years as well, or lesser, and that the periods can be varied based on the individual credit assessment and negotiations. But in order to achieve this, a whole edifice of laws will have to be looked at: the Usury Act, the Banks Act, the Home Loan and Mortgage Disclosure Act, the Deeds Registry. There's a series of them that we will have to review and to change the regulations to align clearly with this regime. But it does make sense that we look at it in totality, and therefore rent to buy here would only work better if, say for instance, without expanding this thing too far, but you have to look at what already works, and that will be the social housing scheme with that, because if you want to start a new program, we are going to be told that there is no money for it. So we have to piggyback it on existing programs, and if we may, we must then say in the CCG grant, the sliding scale for which we cross-subsidize for rentals, then we must look at a different permutation, Chair. And in there, we can have a slightly higher sliding scale, where instead of paying 1,200 per month, you are paying 1,006. But we know that the other 400 is going towards a deposit for you then to qualify as one of the iterations for now a home loan. So that fund becomes your bridging financing and your bridge towards getting to qualify for a home loan to now buy with the Usury Act this specific townhouse. So it could be even totally different. It could be that you are paying higher because you are quite lesser and you are between 3.5 and you are almost 7,000 or lower. We can always do the actuarial determinations and see, but the reference group I'm referring to is working on all of that. But clearly our policy statement is clear that we are going in that direction of rent to buy, and our thinking is to piggyback it on the existing programs. We will see how that will go. The other issue that has been raised is on the SHRA. I think I must just respond quickly, Chair, to what they are saying so that members who come after are answered and don't have to raise the matter again. We are looking at the totality of the picture of SHRA, Chairperson. They are the two entities who are putting a magnifying glass on the cost vis-a-vis delivery. So the reason for the delay is because we haven't finished the determination around. Now we have finished the structure. We have now costed it. We are happy with that aspect, but we now are balancing out with the programmatic areas, and the delay has been around the troubled portfolio, the financially challenged one. I know the chair says they don't have blocked projects, but we think that they must disclose in full totality of the entire portfolio they have, because I can mention several that she has not mentioned, which are really troubled. I can mention them. I think the acting CEO will know better, but I can mention Hull Street, I can mention Freshco in Mangaung, and so on and so forth. So all we are saying is the totality vis-a-vis the response, because our benchmark and point of departure is that the Treasury gave us a target for the CCG grant. It's 15,000 housing units over 5 years. So, and this year we are in, they were supposed to achieve 3,000. So I'm saying within that context, if we are doing trade-offs with the troubled portfolio, we're trying to save this, because on the limited scope they've given us, the ask and the request is for concurrence to apply retrospectively the increase in the quantum of the CCG grant. So at the time these projects were approved, the quantum was at this level. But because there were delays or whatever challenges there may have been, and these projects are not completed, when they were budgeted for with that old quantum. Now, the cost of doing business today is very different from then. And so what Treasury gives us now, this money, does not account for those old portfolio. It accounts for the new projects, and it's saying, today to build a unit will be this much. Therefore, here's a CCG grant for you to give us 15,000. If now we want to cover these ones, and we want to apply the current quantum to that, we're actually robbing Peter to pay Paul. And the question would be, would we still remain with enough to deliver 15,000? And that's the trick. In this entire equation, Chair, it boils down to that. And in there, we have to factor in several issues. Easy wins, low-hanging fruits, what can be done first, to what extent, those that are about to go under, where if we allow them to go under, then even the initial investment we made is gone, is troubled, and so we are balancing out all of that against the demand and the delivery of 15,000. It's not an easy task. We have had internally three internal workshops in the department where After they presented the first time, I had more questions. They went back, did work again. They came back, and I asked, and then it's still not adding up. And then they went back, and we have already done it 3 times. So the one that's coming now, which I had requested Minister for 2 weeks, which is expiring this Friday. Again, when I saw, when it was sent to me and I looked at it, it was still not answering everything. And today I had a short side discussion with the acting CEO to say, you guys must go back and you must bring this thing back to us because in a different permutation, because the way it is not workable. The two would not, and there's no way we can compromise the meeting of the 15,000 target and compromise it for this because then cabinet will eat us alive from the MTDP targets. But equally, we just can't abandon the travel portfolio. So it's a balance, Chair, and it's not an easy one, I must say. So that's what is causing us delays. And before we can commit them to carry more weight and more responsibilities, they must actually resolve the other side. Let me just quickly deal with, Chair, the issue of the HDA. Or before then, let me just deal with Communicare. Communicare, the investigation is ongoing. We didn't get much of this joy we wanted to have the thing move faster, but we have extended the mandate and scope of the forensic auditor, and that forensic auditor is still doing his job. We remain on the same concurrence with SHRA that they should not give them a cent or invest any other thing until such time the investigation is done. It is just bad business to investigate someone and yet you just continue funding them as if all is normal. I think we must clear the air and make sure that all is fine. And we have had this committee loud and clear when you directed us to say we do everything in our power to find out and to make sure that the people that are being evicted can be. And even we are not getting much joy in asking them to stay the eviction orders until we are done with the consequence. But I won't go into detail. I've briefed the committee about this before. On the issues of the HDA, Member Magagula, you asked whether in the 19 informal settlements there's any work for the HDA. There is. In fact, they are carrying a good share in some provinces of the informal settlement work, even in this province. In phase 1 and 2 of the informal settlement upgrading program, they are doing some work around that for this province and even other provinces. They are also doing some work in the northwest around informal settlement upgrading. They are doing assessments now and so on. But long and short is that in this 90 that we are prioritizing for formalization, this is the last stage. You would realize that there is little or limited role for the HDA to play in that scope and space. And I'll tell you why, because of the nature of the duties that are required. They are largely municipal in nature. Township register, township establishment and all of that. So we will see. Some I've seen 2 that I am certain that they are working on, like Sundraft here. It's with them, it's also on their books, on their portfolio. So I can assure you that while they play a limited role, but there are some drops in the 90 that are there. But I can assure you that other than this 90, in the majority of the informal settlements, they are playing a key role. For instance, by assignment, we have asked them to map all informal settlements in South Africa and to give up a geospatial map. They are working on that. They are using drones and sophisticated things to tell us, even the polygons, to map the sizes of households and how many they are per area. And the work is going quite well. We are happy with what we are seeing, and that's what it is. Let me now just indicate that, Chair, the way we fund the HDA, there are several ways we can do it. Number one, direct funding. They are getting that from the fiscus. We budget for them and say, this is your base cost. Cover your operational costs, cover your staff costs, labor costs, cover your rent, cover your travel, whatever you need to do, cover it so that you can. And then Then number two is by assignment. It's if we say, for instance, do this geospatial map for informal settlements, we'll pay you for it, do it for us. And they do it, and then we pay them. There I'm a buyer. I choose. If I think that their price sounds expensive, when I asked them to do the study for me in Mbaula, one of the villages of the chair of the HDA there. And I said, hey, these people have been washed away by water, but I don't want to rebuild only for them to be washed again. How can you do this for me and do a study quickly before I can make a determination to rebuild? How much do you think? And when I hear the cost, I can vote with my feet and look elsewhere, where I'll pay half the cost and so on. So by assignment is based on whether we agree about the costings and so on. Then is also, there is principal-agent relationship they have with provinces. This has been the bulk of their income previously. It's no longer the case. Chair, I will just say the chair of the HDA asked, this is disappearing, and I had the CFO also decrying the same thing. I think the HDA must make a self-introspection. Before they call all of us to the workshops, they must have a self-introspection of what's going wrong. Why are they losing that clientele? Because I can tell you that we have not issued any directive other than the one that is in place that says that preferably provinces must utilize the HDA. Our directive remains the same, but the landscape has been shifting and the sands have been shifting under their feet. The question is why? And I think once they do that self-introspection, how they have arrived at where provinces that once showed great determination and faith, it will. I know the CEO last time said, our indication that the money is kept in their accounts they must get provinces before they can transfer money to them. They must actually ask for permission from us to do so. It has caused a lot of consternation in the sector. Far from it. In effect, almost all other third-party transfers go through the same system, and all others are getting the same. The question is whether the provinces have appetite to contract the HDA for this, and the provinces which say to the HDA that the reason why they don't want to contract them is because they've got to seek concurrence from us. I think it's a fallacy, because no one, they must produce the one who say they applied and we said no, do not transfer. Because there's no application that came our way and we have not entertained it fairly. In effect, applications that should have been forthcoming never came. So that is why I'm saying the entity must make a self-introspection as to why that doesn't happen. And the danger, Chairperson, is that if that is the bulk of your budget, and even your staff, and the bulk of them are on the MTOP system because that's the instrument you use to constitute this principal-agent relationship, when that money dries out, what happens to this cohort of skills and these people, and how sustainable is the model around that? And I think that that's what we need. The other route is them being a market player. They have attempted, I think CEO knows this, they have attempted. They've gone to the Treasury directly earlier without us, and they went and proposed to create a special purpose vehicle. The early signs were that the Treasury was showing some keen interest, but then there was change in leadership at the Treasury. And the new people who came in totally were less interested, and they were not giving what it should. We have on 2 occasions in our bilaterals with the Treasury ventilated that matter. And it was felt that it could be handled quite differently. And I'm saying that there's still room for that to happen, Chair. How? We are still of the opinion that the HDA must be our developer of choice. But I think what we must come closer to each other about It's not what that means, because I don't think that there is ambiguity about it. It is the how to get there. It is the route we must traverse to get to that point. And in the same manner, even with the NHFC, they want to become a bank. Chairperson, last time when they were here, you asked this matter. And we asked about 7 questions about their pathway towards being a bank and their state of readiness. And those 7 are key prerequisites and determinants in order for you to be a bank. And they were neither near on any of the 7. And we said, this is where we wait until this is your pathway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you come back and give us a determination of when you are ready to cross these 7 Rubicons. Then we can talk about you being a bank. So in the same manner, it's the same honest conversation we must have with the HDA, because our columns have never been about its financial performance. We have never said the HDA is not getting clean audits and it's not performing well. That's why we think it shouldn't be a developer of choice. I think far from it. But it is the pathway towards becoming a developer of choice. We have our own way we think it can get there. And the HDA think it's locked in the special purpose vehicle. And I'm thinking we're backing at the wrong tree, because that pathway, without the support of the Treasury and its capitalization, is not going to work, and there's no money for capitalization. Our viewpoint, honorable members, is that they are sitting with buildings, they are sitting with land, they are sitting with all of that. What the CEO said today, that they need to commercialize that land, meaning that they develop it, even if it is develop it halfway, just to be interesting for them to offload it either to a municipality or what, which must buy it at a value-added cost or otherwise, so let it be. But if it can be, I'm the first one to support that the HDA can enter and compete in the private market if they can do a good job. And I have also said, and I've proposed in the last discussion we had with the minister and the advisor and everybody, we agreed that we will so long take a 2-pronged approach. Number one, and now I'm telling them even ahead of time, because the bilateral is only coming, but we were preparing for that bilateral. But we can indulge them, Chair. We have already said on the 2% in the grant framework that is there for minimum 2% expenditure in the grant framework for purposes of the installation of IBT houses, budget across all provinces. We are saying that the HDA, by using the same instrument of the assignment by choice, that they would be the advisor to the department on the rollout, and they would do the monitoring for us and will pay them handsomely for it. And that will address their short-term problems of cash flow. That's number one. Number two, we have also said that for sustainability going forward, we would need seriously to have a trilateral between them and the NHFC and SHRA. There is absolutely no reason why SHRA is hiring private institutions and declaring them social housing institutions and taking buildings and converting them like Benoni Heights and getting it inner city buildings, getting it to social rental market. And there's no reason why they shouldn't appoint the HDA on the same thing and give them the CCG grant to play in that space. In the same manner, the NHFC, if it's putting money with the intermediaries who are funding development, there's no reason why they shouldn't put also some of their reserves with them to be able to be a player in the market. And we think that that is a much more sustainable pathway, because with the reserves they have and with the money that they will build, they can then buy more buildings, convert them, do this, then they'll become a developer of choice for government. And they'll be addressing our clear spatial challenges, including the underutilized, abandoned, and troublesome buildings in CBDs. If we were to focus in that way, it will go. And we said we have 5 buildings now sitting with, and they can use those as a test case for this model. And that they don't decry that they are there, no one is paying. The Northern Cape building is now resolved. They have written a letter to the HDA and to us to say they are now conceding what we have been telling them all along. They are handing over the building to the care of the HDA and the ownership thereof. So we have done well in that unit. So I think, Chair, we will engage with the HDA as we do quarterly. I don't think they should come here and say and ask you to convene a workshop on their behalf. It can't be. And I think it's quite in bad taste that happens. And equally, I think it's an affront to the minister for the HDA itself, an entity established by the government, for it to ask whether government is saying they shouldn't exist. If we wanted to say that, we would say it ourselves. And the entity has no business in asking that question. It must wait until we say so. And until the minister, as the representative of the government, says that, they continue and they operate on the basis of the ministerial directives and the law. I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you. I thought we were doing well and we're seriously not doing well. And it's because when we answer questions, we go beyond what we have asked. Let me allow the remaining three, Honorable Abada, followed by Honorable Ditebe, followed by Honorable Poole, to ask their questions.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everybody on the platform and all my fellow colleagues. I just want to say thank you to all entities for the presentations today. Firstly, I want to also thank all of you, and I'm going to do this across the board, with regards to the appointments of women and the women, the youth, and persons with disabilities. But whilst, having said that, we, when we were on oversight a few times, there were women that were in positions. And I sometimes feel that we set women up for failure because, we don't know what the vetting is when we appoint the woman. And I feel that sometimes it's just for that tick box exercise to say that we have women in these positions. So I think that we should look at it. Whilst I'm very happy that women are coming in, and of course the youth and persons with disabilities, but specifically with women and our black women as well, because often we saw when a white man was given the same position, they excelled, but our women didn't excel. And I have a huge problem with that. And this is why I feel that we are not, they're there for the tick box exercise. And then I'm going to start with HDA. My questions to HDA, I'd like to understand how the agency justifies a collapse in delivery ambition where informal settlement upgrades dropped from 46 in 2024-2025 to only 14 in 2026-27, and then to 0 in the outer years. Is this an admission that the HDA has no sustainable pipeline to address the housing crisis? And then please explain how the HDA agency claims to drive spatial transformation when its own targets show integrated development programs declining from 10 to 3 and then to 0 thereafter. What exactly will the HDA be delivering beyond 2026-2027? Given that the HDA acknowledges an unsustainable funding model and reliance on external funding streams, what concrete time-bound measures are in place to prevent the agency from becoming a planning entity with no financial muscle to implement projects on projects at a scale? I do have comments and recommendations. Is it okay that I give it to our secretary and pass it on to you? It's just comments and recommendations, okay, so that we can get through quickly. And then to SHRA. SHRA, I've got here, we've just dealt with that. The communique, it's very close to my heart, yes. And whilst we know that the investigations are ongoing, I have a huge problem with the fact that our people are still suffering, because whilst the investigation is going on, the people are still being evicted, and Communique is still adamant that they will do what they need to do. And I understand from their point that this is how it is. But who suffers at the end? It's our people, right? And the other issue is the fact that it goes back to pre 1994, and I get that as well. But we cannot evade the fact that they were given funding at that time. And they used that to buy the properties and then build their empire. So, whichever way we look at it, they were funded. And they are where they are today because they were funded back in those days. So we cannot evade that. And that's where they keep holding that. We need to separate the buildings that were funded and that those, there is no separation there, because they got the funding, they then built the empire with the funding. It's a no-brainer. Okay, so I think we need to really look at that there. My questions are: how does SHRA justify a decline in delivery from 3,000 to 2,878? And I do understand it's a small figure, but it is a drop. Units, followed by a plateau at 2,879 units over the MTEF, where urbanization is projected to reach 71.3% by 2030, and demand for housing is rapidly increasing. And we know there's a huge problem with housing, and it's increasing by the day, or even maybe by the hour. Secondly, why does SHRA prioritize process-heavy indicators such as 6,000 tenancy audits and compliance inspections while planning for only 2,000 units to be tenanted? And how does this translate into actual housing access for citizens? My last question is, how does SHRA justify a 2026-27 allocation of approximately 938.6 million within a 2.9 billion MTEF budget, while delivery targets remain stagnant and show no meaningful scale up? And again, I have comments and recommendations, and I'll pass that on. And lastly, to Pra, you say that the automation will be in by May 2026. This is for PPRA, PPRA. The automation, your automation will be in, it was said by next month. Next month meaning May. So I'm asking, is it May? And I want to also thank you for taking accountability. And and then my questions to PPRA is, how does PPRA justify presenting near perfect administrative targets, 100% of invoices paid within 30 days and 100% licensing turnaround compliance, while simultaneously admitting to inadequate IT systems, poor data integrity, and cybersecurity weaknesses? Is this not a case of reporting artificial efficiency while the regulatory backbone is fundamentally compromised? PPRA projects an increase in inspections from 309 to 500 per year, yet complaints resolution only improves marginally from 80% to 85% over the same period. Why is enforcement activity increasing without a proportionate improvement in outcomes? And does this not suggest volume-driven compliance instead of effective enforcement? And my last question, transformation indicators show inconsistency. Black principals dropped to as low as 74 in one cycle before jumping to 1,210, while SMME incubation reaches only 30 entities per year in a national property market. Can the authority explain how such volatile and minimal outputs can be presented as credible transformation, or is this simply statistical compliance making systemic failure? Thank you, and I also have comments and recommendations which I'll pass on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Dictator.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to you, members, DG, all chairs of our entities and CEs, everybody. Chairperson, my questions, I think I'll limit them perhaps to only two entities, that is the HDA and the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority. But perhaps before I do that, Chairperson, let me just very briefly go to SHRA. We do welcome, in the aftermath of our visit to Mahikeng and the state we saw, that Marang project, the state we saw it in, and the fact that in the aftermath of that, as you say, the NPA has since handed that over to you. Now, where to now? Is there any concrete action plan working with the municipality? There was an issue of the security company that claimed that it was owed some amount of money for providing security services on site. I think they cited a figure of 14 million rand or something. What's become of that alleged debt? Who then is said or is deemed to be owing that money to that particular company if that is valid, that claim is valid, because that would be a payable to that particular company. That's just the one question I have for SHRA. Now, Chair, to the HDA, we've heard the response of the DG and his thoughts on exactly what it is that he thinks the agency must do for it to be self-sustaining. Now, to the HDA, how do you, as an agency, practically shifting from a support agency to a developer function, that in part you've answered, but I'd like you to perhaps provide a little more detail, and what measurable milestones will define this shift. As I said, the DG has spoken in part to that, and he thinks that both you and the department need to do a deep dive and provide a practical, sustainable solution to that. So how does the APP ensure delivery on spatial transformation beyond acquisition of land, integration, location, and access to services? And how is alignment with the MTDP and priority development areas being monitored and enforced across spheres of government? That is on your part. As far as performance targets and delivery risks, there are several outer year targets, 2027, 28, 29, set at zero for some indicators, e.g. PDAs, informal settlements, upgrading. So what is the risk of delivery gaps beyond 2026-27? And what contingency plans exist in key targets, that is land acquisition, rezoning, informal settlements, upgrading, that are not met within the medium-term expenditure framework? And how does the HDA ensure the quality and sustainability of outputs rather than just numerical target achievement? We all will we all are familiar with the results chain from inputs to activities to outputs to outcomes and to impact. And I think the MTDP seeks to extract that commitment from every organ of state. And that's why there is that similarity in terms of the template that the various entities here and others use to report. Now, the financial sustainability and funding model, again, the DG has spoken to that in part. So what is the status and timeline of the revised funding model? And what parliamentary approvals do you think are required in this regard? And within what period of time do you intend to do this? Now, the SPVs and private sector partnerships, to what extent do they expose the HDA or the state to financial or government risks? The CCG has been referenced, and the extent to which you should partner SHRA and NHFC, etc. I've heard the issue of the bank. I think we need to talk about that later. I wasn't aware of that aspiration on your part because the NHFC seems to also be intent. Of course, we, to be fair to them, did have an issue, a discussion around that with them. But there's also the post bank, so the state cannot be tackling too many such objectives when it is the same entity. Now, in terms of budget allocations and expenditure performance, the 35% reduction in regional budgets, how will delivery be protected in high-need provinces and municipalities, and safeguards that are in place to ensure funds prioritized for planning and project preparation? There are quite a number of questions that I will not repeat or go through all of them, but all of them very important, because I think in line with the questions that we are posing to you as members, we need to make certain particular recommendations so that we support you. Lastly, PPRA, just in terms of the data recovery governance, the personal data of people, consumers, and the Fidelity Fund, and so forth. I'd like to know what specific measures have you taken to ensure that that data governance model, data recovery model or governance model is in place so that there is no risk of cybersecurity threats, etc., in respect of those, because those can lead to loss of income and prejudice to individual people and so forth. Chair, I also have quite a lot of issues with regards to the two entities in particular, but I think I'll also make my own submission with regards to the entity. Lastly, on PPRA, you are basically in the pastel. You are referencing the tax policy proposals, etc., as if they constitute a potential harm. We do know that in an ideal world, that indeed is the case. But what about instances where, for example, National Treasury decides that, for anybody to pay a transfer duty, they will have to, we will raise the ceiling to 1.2 million rand. That is the value of the property. Why then don't you see that as an opportunity so that in terms of the principalization program, etc., you can then accelerate the program to make sure that you take advantage of that to advantage the PDIs. The last one to PPRA, while indeed the DG has said and you yourselves have said that there's an amount of about 500 billion rand, which you can tap into, and he sees no need why you should not be self-sustaining. Are you of the view that there should be a differentiated approach to PDIs with regards to how much they pay, etc., or is it already within your systems? Lastly, to DG on the PPRA, to the extent that they are a Schedule 3A entity, is there expectation that they could then be graduated later to a 3B, assuming that they leverage the bulk of the 500 billion rand, and perhaps with the increase in the market share, depending on economic growth prospects? I'm talking about the scheduling in terms of the PFMA of the PPRA, but to say I agree broadly that they should develop systems, strategies, and everything to ensure that they indeed are self-sustaining, because there is a huge potential. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me to welcome the presentations and acknowledge the different entities and the teams, as well as the DG. Honorable members, Chair, I want to agree with the last comment made by the DG. And I believe we sit here and we have to consider and always have it in our mind that there's a huge backlog of almost 3 million families out there seeking for a house. And then we have to understand government, that you need entities or stakeholders or partners to help him to achieve that backlog. And that's why these entities is so important and crucial. But also to allow you, is there weak points? Is there something wrong with your stakeholders? And is it necessary to go on with your stakeholders? And DG have make it clear today that somehow things have to turn. If it comes to HDA, you can see there is critical issues in the ABP. Also admits that housing delivery is constrained by systematic issues: weak municipal capacity, lack of service land, poor intergovernmental coordination, infrastructure bottlenecks, as stated on page 11. HDA is trying to become a central delivery engine, but its success depends heavily on fixing state capacity failures outside its control. My questions for HDA: first, whether HDA indicates a shift towards becoming a full developer, including taking projects to financial close. What concrete project will reach financial close in 26-27? And what is the expected number of housing units to be delivered as a result? 2, given the HDA's mandate is to unlock land, but housing delivery remains constrained by municipal and infrastructure failures, how does the agency ensure that land acquired actually translates into completed housing projects? Then, whether chairman of HDA can provide more detail of areas to be worked on as requested, or what he has alluded to before are the only concerns. When it comes to PRA, key issues Chair, PRA is still dealing with transition challenges under the new Act, including increased demand for licenses, skills and qualification gaps, administrative inefficiencies, as stated on page 13. PRA is trying to balance regulation and transformation, but risk being overstretched and administratively constrained. Now, my question for PRA is emphasis strengthening compliance and consumer protection. What measurable improvements in enforcement outcomes, such as reduction in fraud cases or disciplinary actions, are expected in 26-27? While transformation, question 2, programs are highlighted, what percentage of property practitioners are currently from historical disadvantaged groups, and how will this change in the current financial year? When it comes to SHRA, question 1, Chair, allow me, SHRA is one of the more functional entities, but is constrained by funding pipeline, blockages, and slow project approvals. I just want to say that. Question 1. While SHRA delivered over 3,400 units last year, demand far exceeded supply. What is the targeted number of new social housing units for 26-27? And what funding mechanisms will enable scaling? Question 2. The APP highlights blocked and delayed projects. How many projects are currently stalled? And what specific interventions are being implemented to unlock them with this financial year? The CEO admits they received over 3,000 complaints. Question is, how many of the 3,000 was resolved, and in the current year to date they receive as complaints, and how many is still outstanding? Say under budget summary on page 26, I think that is, yeah. They assume half of the previous year interest income for 26-27. My question is simple, that did they collect the previous year amount as stated in the slide? What changed dramatically for them assuming they're only gonna collect half of that amount? Under penalties as well, I struggle to understand 24-25, they budgeted more than 7 million. And in 25-26, they budget 3.5 million. And in 26-27, they assume through penalties they will earn more than 30 million. 30 million. Chair, what is the reason for this big financial discrepancies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go directly to the questions. I start with PPRA.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members, for your questions. Chair, please allow me to start with Honorable Poole. The number of percentages of PDIs in the sector is still minimal. We are sitting at about 25%. So our sector, and speaking particularly to the real estate agent sector, Chair, the average age, just to give you an example, is 57. It's Caucasian and it's female. And that's why the APP that we presented today is so critical, because it addresses exactly that. And I think I did answer some of the questions posed by the previous members, Chair. And the reduction of fraud cases, Honorable, through you, Chair, that we've amplified our stakeholder engagement initiatives to inform consumers of who we are, what recourse they have, and it's to answer exactly that, the fraud element. Because unfortunately, in a lucrative sector such as ours, there'll always be fraud, there'll always be chances. But our mandate is to inform and stakeholder engagements with consumers, because one of our pillars of our mandates is to protect consumers. And Chair, if I may then go to Honorable Ditabe, Apologies. It's been a long day. Let me start with the issue around just the data recovery governance, Chairperson, and I think this was informed because members will recall that we did suffer a cyber attack in the beginning of the last financial year, 2025. But Chair, we have appointed a ICT corporate governance manager, and the organization has implemented specific controls to protect personal information in line with the Protection of Personal Information Act, or PPRA, and broader cybersecurity best practices, Chair. Firstly, we apply access control and data classification measures, ensuring that personal information is only accessible to authorized personnel on a need-to-know basis, because we do get, requests from consumers about, information about some of our practitioners, but we ensure that we protect sensitive data. Once again, Chair, through encryption, both when it is stored and when it is transmitted across our systems. And we have successfully implemented a secure backup and recovery process, Chair, ensuring that critical and personal information can be restored in the event of a cybersecurity incident, such as ransomware, which is what we experienced last year. I'll let the CFO cover that extensively as well. And then still under Honorable Ditebe, the question around, just the 500 million and how much, can maybe, for PDIs, can they maybe pay a separate fee? And we have embarked upon a regulation amendment process, Chair, that we did have members from DHS and Presidency visiting our office 2 weeks ago, to ensure that we fast-track this process, as it will assist in answering some of this, because currently there's no we don't have a policy around the payment discrepancy between the two different groups. But it is important that we still address, previously marginalized. So, Honorable Ditebe, through you, Chair, this is one issue that, and I don't want to say too much because obviously the minister has not given the green light and they have not yet been gazetted, but that's one area that we will be addressing in our amendments. Chair, the questions are from Honorable Abada. I think it's important, Chair, to reiterate that all our programs are audited by the Auditor General. And in the last year, that was the first time that we're being audited against our AOPO. And it's safe to say that we were one of the entities where there were no findings around our AOPO. So I think that speaks to, once again, Chairperson, service delivery, and that really we are not, it's not artificial reporting, because we are expected to give supporting evidence on all the programs that we report to. So the numbers that we did present today are justifiable and they are accurate, Chairperson. And then the issue around how do we, around the inconsistency around our transformation programs, particularly around the principalization program and our SMME. I think, Chair, earlier on, and I think Honorable Dlamini had asked this one, or Magagula, I'm sorry, around the principalization program, Chair, last year, yes, regrettably, we did present a 74 performance around the principalization program. But in the year under audit, Chair, that number has moved from 74 to 1,153. And this is because of the initiatives that we took, because we couldn't come here and report a 74 or a 2% performance against our target, Chair. So that number, once again, it's sitting, yes, it looks like we will not be meeting the target again, but we will be short 100 odd. And Chair, that's the principalization program. But the SME incubation program, Chair, now this is not people that we are introducing to the sector. These are people who have been in the sector, particularly PDIs, and we are saying, as the PPRA, what is it that we're doing to ensure that we give them both financial and non-financial support? And consistently, well, in the last financial year, the 30 SMMEs that have come, we've brought on our incubation program, there's a price tag again associated with it, because we have, from our Fidelity Fund, funded 7.5 million to assist these SMMEs. So we can't talk transformation without money. And with our ailing budget, we are still doing that because it remains the core of our mandate. So principalization program is totally different to the transformation program. So, and with the SMME chair, I think it's important that we remember that here we are creating entrepreneurs. And I think as much as we like reporting on numbers, not everybody will be a business owner. It comes with risk, it comes with a cost, it comes with its own challenges. And we want to make sure that the SMMEs that we incubate remain in the sector so that they are able to absorb the full status practitioners and as well as the candidate property practitioners. So the numbers will always be skewed, because even if you look at our country today, a lot of people who own businesses, that number will forever be lesser than the number of employees. And I think that's factual. Then there was a question around how do we justify the number of, the question was, we are saying that we are addressing 85% of the complaints that we receive. And Chair, for that one, so for the claims, it's 90 days, right, that we have to pay once the claim is compliant. But most of the time we spend getting the claim to be fully compliant. As an example, Chair, if you come to the PPRA because you've suffered a loss, you submit a claim, the clock will start ticking because you've submitted a claim, but we need to make sure that you are compliant. One of the areas is that you need to go and open an SAPS case saying, Tato, embezzled funds, So there has to be an SAP case that is registered, that is opened, and that's what we look at before we can even start, reviewing your claim. So that is the delay. So it's like a mini court, then there's an adjudication process. Then the PPRA has to contact Tato and say, Tato, here's a claim, we're giving you an opportunity to respond. So that's why it may look like we're taking forever, but we want to make sure that we address all the steps in that process, Chair. I think, Chair, and then the issue around the automation of the FFC, yes. And now that Chairperson of the board, I'm making it public, we did commit to May 2026. May 22nd to be precise, but obviously we're looking to move that date sooner. The system is there. The team is currently busy with, number one, testing the system to make sure that when we do release it, it has minimal glitches, if any, because I think that's inevitable. But most importantly is to ensure that we integrate it with the current SEP, because that's currently our source, so that we are able to migrate all the information that we have, obviously, since 1976, in a process that is seamless, Chairperson. So yes, our FFC automation will come into effect in May 2026. I think that's all the questions, Chairperson. I don't know if the CFO wants to touch on the issue just on the cyber attack, because I know it was a serious matter that we experienced last year. Thanks.
CFO, quickly.
Thank you, CE. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Just to add on the ICT governance measures that were undertaken to prevent a similar occurrence or that occurred in April 2025. Chairperson, we procured a patch engine managed software in this new financial year that has commenced now in April. Then we are undertaking cyber attack training workshops on a quarterly and a monthly basis. Then also what we did, Chairperson, the data recovery plan was endorsed by the board. So there was a strategy and a plan to ensure that we are reactive. We are not, we are preventative than being reactive to the similar data threats that we have incurred. Then also what transpired during the last financial year, we revamped our server rooms, and we bought and procured the entire cabling to ensure that data is safe. Chairperson. And the last thing that just to add is the Microsoft multi-factor authentication that we also embarked on within the licensing with Microsoft, because we pay exorbitant money. So we have been interacting with Microsoft on a continuous basis to see how we can optimize within the licensing that we pay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. SHRA. Quickly.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I think the comment about women, we are deliberate when we sort of say we want to really attract
Please
women
talk into the
and
mic.
empower them. For us, it's not really as you put it, a tick box. We are committed to that. And I would hope that our continued reporting will show or demonstrate that, okay, we are really intentional when it comes to including women in our procurement and empowerment thereof. The comment about Communicare, without ventilating too much of the issues, is really just to report that we are in the process of meeting with them on other issues. So your comment, we've noted it. We will discuss that there. The funding question, I just think, I'm not sure if I understood it well, but just to give you, is your hand raised?
Yeah. I think they understand me incorrectly. That question was for PRA. It's in their slides, their budget summary. The one of the CEO admitted to the 3,000 complaints, and the other one is on the budget summary, page 26. Interest fees and penalties.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. There was the question around the block projects, and I think we've tried to not necessarily delve too much into it, but I think the DG covered this quite well, that there is work that is happening on the project recovery risk plan. There are plans in place, but I think the exercise that the DG referred to is required to be completed. So it's not that we are ignoring it, but I think to respond to say that, look, we are dealing with that through you, Chair, regarding the block projects. The question around Marang, I think as the SHRA, from the 18th of March, which was the date the NPA handed over the site, we as the SHRA were very happy to at least secure that site. Part of the arrangements were that we entered into an implementation protocol where clear roles and responsibilities were identified and shared amongst ourselves, the NPA and the Mahikeng local municipality. From a SHRA's perspective, I'm not aware of the debt that you made reference to specifically, but one of our responsibilities was to place on site a new security company, which we have since done. So that site is, as far as we're concerned, is part of the implementation plan, secure for the time being. There are plans in place. The implementation plan that I referred to is a tripartite agreement where we will be engaging on how to take this project further. The question on the output indicators is really a function of projects that are rolling over in terms of completion, units tenanted, and units completed, because we have to play a balancing act between what we complete and what you tenant. So the whole question around affordability also then becomes a bit important. But this data is also informed by information that we currently have either in the form of demand studies and affordability analysis that we do. It's regrettable, it looks as if it's a decline, but that's not really the intention. We're playing a balancing act with the funds available and projects that get approved. I think that was all, unless there's something I missed out. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, PPRA, can you address The 3,000 and the what?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. If I've capsulated the query regarding the agent interest, I think we have touched base on it, Chair, that we are embarking on the comprehensive study. Definitely, indeed, there is a lucrative revenue enhancement a pillar that can enhance our sustainability in terms of the interest. So I think I've already mentioned that after the task team that will be appointed through the CEO's office, we ensure that we also get a consultant to ensure that we check how the law society have embarked on it. Because in terms of Regulation 54, Chairperson, the interest indeed that is sitting or being accrued within the trust accounts, a portion belongs to us, the Fidelity Fund. So it's legislated. So it will be a matter of issuing a practice note or a directive that it will go to the bank and ensuring that on a monthly basis we embark on the automated interest that will be paid directly to our bank accounts. Chairperson, I think I've addressed the query. Maybe just to give context on the penalties on the executive summary on the budgetary data, they pertains to the late submission of the annual reports from the property practitioners, and the other component relates to the late renewals of FFC. We charge a penalty. So the exorbitant portion that has been budgeted for is about 8.9 from what is sitting there, and also incorporated with the CIP increment in the MTF period, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. HDA. Let's go direct to questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members, the DG and other chairs and colleagues. Maybe I'll just be quick on one or two that they are straightforward for me to respond to. My Honorable Ditebe, we don't have any ambition to be a bank as HDA, not at all. We don't even have that mandate. So I think the DG was giving an example of NHFC, who wants to be the bank, not us. We want to be a developer of choice. Yeah. Just to clarify, also, Chair, I'm trying to get the attention of the DG because I want to clarify something.
DG, can you be attentive?
Yeah, just to clarify on the DG, we through your chair, we have not yet, and I don't think we will ever, especially at least from the board point of view, ask the question whether there is a reason for HDA to exist or not, because that question will be clearly answered from the board point of view. It means if there's a doubt, we won't be applying to be board members. We can't bring our credibility to an institution that we're not sure whether it is existing. That question comes from the portfolio committee through the chairperson. I was just repeating what the chairperson has been asking that question from time to time to say, is there a need for the HDA to continue to exist? And he was not asking us. So I think that must be clear. It is not coming from the HDA, whether we are sure whether we want to exist or not, and we come and ask the portfolio committee or the department in the portfolio committee. I was just repeating to say maybe it will be the right time for that question to be responded to, because it's the portfolio committee through the chairperson having asked that question, whether there's a need for HDA to continue. If there's a need, why HDA is not having a sustainability or a different funding model. That was not coming from ourselves. The Honorable Paul, your question around my call for a meeting. What is it that needs to be discussed in that meeting? There are a few issues. And if you look at our submission from time to time, it is the very same issue of the funding model, because we said this thing of writing letters, it seems like we're not meeting each other. Can't we meet? And I don't think there will be anything wrong of meeting if we are one family, human settlement family. And I have never said the portfolio committee DG must convene that meeting. I said if the portfolio committee can be part of that meeting, because it is the same portfolio committee that we are reporting. And I was speaking from the point of being a family, to say, can't we meet? And whoever is concerned, because at the end of the day, it's about human settlement, it's about housing delivery. I've never said the portfolio committee must convene us as if we are having a doubt of, because we all believe we are entities of human settlement department. So that is the issue. So, Honorable Paul, the issue is about the primary mandate, the funding model, the sustainability of the HDA, and the complementary relationship within a human sector, human settlement entities. And if, and I'm responding as a leader of an institution called HDA, and if my response for a meeting for whoever is concerned about human settlement within the same family it's misplaced, I don't have a problem with that, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we need to respond to some of the questions that have been raised, and maybe some of them respond also to the issues that the DG raised, because I think some of the issues that the DG raised are related to the questions that Member Ditebe also raised, so that we can respond to them. But maybe let me start, Chair, from my training, and say what is the Act say. So let me start where I know I understand, so that at least it's easier to explain some of the things from my point of view.
But you are going to be quick.
Yes, I'm going to be very quick. So the Act, Section 7 of the HDA Act, says that it outlines the functions and powers of the Housing Development Agency. So it says specifically the HDA is mandated to identify, acquire, and develop land for sustainable human settlements, while also preparing necessary documentation and monitoring progress. Further, it is responsible for enhancing the capacity of state organs through skills transfer and promoting collaboration to expedite housing delivery. In essence, this section positions the HDA as a key public sector developer aimed at accelerating housing projects. So the reason I'm raising this, Chair, is because I'm saying there is no, we can't dichotomize those two roles of the HDA. Is the one role in terms of what it does. It's just that we've positioned it as secondary mandate and the primary mandate. So the issue of the transition then becomes a bit of a muddy one, because we're saying that that's what the HDA does. But the issue is, I'll respond to the two questions of Ntate Ditebe and Mayor Abada to say, the HDA, if it's given, as I said, that we do pool services. People pool what they want from the HDA. So if this is what the provinces come to us and say, can you assist us with 46 informal settlements this financial year, and next financial year they say assist us with 14. It's not a reflection on the HDA. I want it to be understood in that context. That is not a reflection on what the HDA's capacity is, because the HDA's capacity in terms of the Act is to be that assistance to the departments, to the human settlement department. So to that extent, when you look at it and you look at the APP, and then you take into consideration what the APP says in terms of when you set the KPIs, that they must be smart. It must be based on something. So what we put here is based on the MTOPs that we have, is based on the implementing protocols that we have with the departments. It's on the basis of that we can say this is measurable. And then that's what then covers that. But I want to come to the issue that you've raised of the financial sustainability and the funding, and then I want to also try and raise it again with the DG to say it will not be a wrong thing, DG, to have a workshop. It's not a reflection of anything to have a workshop. And the reason I'm raising it is because you see, for example, we keep raising the issue of the SPV. But if you look at the HDA, we've number of times raised this issue. And then the unfortunate part about it is that I can sit here and say context matters, because I've had this discussion with the DG to say I've not met with the National Treasury. The chairperson of the HDA has not met with the National Treasury. The CFO of the HDA has not met with the National Treasury. What then happened, so that we then put this in context? HDA just went and left the department and went to speak to the National Treasury. It should be contextualized, because I've raised this with the DG so many times. So maybe let me explain it again. We appointed a company to assist us to come up with a model. But one of the members of the company worked before with one of the DDGs who was responsible at that time for this part of the work at the National Treasury. In their discussions, he said, the HDA has appointed me to do this. So they were working together to say, what is the risk appetite for the National Treasury on this issue? When she left to become the deputy governor, she then said to one of her colleagues, please, can you continue these discussions with this person on this matter? And the person wrote to National and said, why is the HDA spoken to? And then I clarified them to say, for all intents and purposes, when it comes to operationals and administration, Peggy Kenisa is the CEO of the HDA, and therefore he is the HDA. I've never spoken to this guy. I did at that time. I didn't even know that discussion. I've raised it so many times. So to say the HDA went, and for me, it's an unfair one, but it's okay. But let's deal with the issue of the SPV. Let's deal with the issue of the SPV, because then you're dealing with the issue of risk. So in corporate finance, maybe let me speak about things that I know. In corporate finance, we house risk somewhere. That's how it works. Anywhere you go, even if you go to a triple P, you house risk somewhere. So in this case, if you take, for example, let's take one project, the Sea Point. If we say we are going to use the Sea Point as the one that we are developing, it therefore means that that risk that we are doing, we then do an asset for share. It's as easy as that. It's an asset for share. We take this asset, we put it in a governing structure. We can call that governing structure anything that we want. Maybe if we don't like the SPV, we can call it anything, but it's a governing structure. Because remember, the people must put in money, because we either go for equity funders or we go for data. So each one of them will want to know that their money is secured there, is not part of the government risk. As you are saying, Honorable Ditebe, that we want to know that we are not exposing government to risk. The funders also want to know that they are not exposed to risk. So to that extent, they are saying, when the government changes tomorrow, we don't want our money to be affected. So that money is run in a governance structure, and we can call it what we want to call it, whichever way we want to call it. So that governing structure, what do we have as the exposure, as the HDA in that governing structure, is the asset for share. What is that asset? In this case, is our land. That's the only risk, because we've ring-fenced that risk into that asset for share. So I'm not too sure what is difficult, but I've raised this issue so many times. So that is where the issue is, and that's what we've been explaining. To say, if we do it that way in a governance structure, the people want to know that they are secured. We also want to know that we are secured. So we put it in a governance structure. Even if we have a triple P, the triple Ps that we have, that's how they work. They've got a governing structure, all of them. So I thought maybe I needed to clarify that, because the issue of the budgets, the difficulty with them. For example, if you look at what Honorable Poole raises, is that we need to give the timelines. But I can tell you, I've done the model. I can tell you, for example, that for all the 5 projects, how much it will want for us to do the development of all the projects is 1.6 billion for all 5 of them. But for the equity contribution that we've made is 254. That's what, as government, we've made, the equity contributions. So all the other money, the 1.289, we must then raise it off balance sheet. So if we're going to raise it off balance sheet, the person needs to know whether my money will be safe. And that's what it is. So we keep coming back to responding to the question of the timelines. The difficulty with the timelines is that there's a sine qua non to those timelines. That sine qua non doesn't depend on me. Because I'm saying for me to put all of these projects into a model where I can now say that they've reached the bankability, I need 94 million. And that I've also raised, and then I've showed as to what will be the 94 million in terms of the BOQ. I've done the BOQ, it's understandable, it's there, it's available, that BOQ, to say what is it that is going to happen up till bankability for all the 5 projects. But for me to do that, there's a sine qua non to it. And that is for me to get the money for that. So I cannot respond to the question of when will they be ready if I know that I don't have the amount of money that it needed to do them. So where we are, the projects are here. The business model has been done for each one of them. If you ask me to say, granularize what is going to happen at Sea Point, I can give you the granular detail. But to say that I am married to SPV, maybe it's not a proper way of explaining it. We've never said that. We've just said it needs to have a governing structure. And then that's what, unfortunately, when you do funding, it will be in any corporate finance, by the way, any corporate finance. I've done a lot of them. That's how it happens. You don't do a corporate finance deal that has a asset for share and then you keep it somewhere. I thought I needed to explain that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. DG, 2 minutes.
Chair, I believe I've clarified what I needed to. I will not go any further than that. We have our quarterly engagements with entities, and that's the right platform at which we must ventilate the matters, even our points of disagreements about approach and even posture. All I can say is that in the last things that Honorable Ditebe had raised, they would require sufficient time, Chair, to respond to, which we don't have. But we can share in our thoughts to him, if he so pleases, about the thinking in terms of what we should do. So in the jealousy of time and the respect for members' time, I will pause there, Chair. It was less than 2 minutes, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. We've received your APPs and the budget. We're not necessarily approving today. We're going to have our own meeting as the committee where we will receive the report and where we requested amendments. Please amend. I think here we did not quite request a lot of amendments like last week. There are few amendments, for example, the 40% minimum, 40% and so on and so on. And anything that you'd like to correct, if we can do that and submit the latest by Monday. Friday is a holiday. I'm just giving them the benefit of doubt. By Monday, so that we are readying ourselves for. There is also a request that we must write a letter to the Standing Committee on Appropriations with regard to NHFC. Let us do that. So we are planning. In fact, we were supposed to be meeting with all boards and their members, DG, this time. But because of the changing of the parliamentary program, we're still planning to do that. We're planning for June 17, 18, 19. We hope it will be approved. And in that meeting, I think I indicated last time that you are in the middle of your term, most of the board members. What are the challenges you found? Where do you want to take this entity? And especially for HDA and SHRA, the plans that we requested, we will be able to look at them in details at that time. But we said there must be a meeting, HDA and SHRA to meet with the department DG in the presence of the minister and the DG about these questions that we were dealing with today. Especially last week we said, we were advised that they are no longer block projects, they are abandoned projects. And if you look at the Tembisa one, in reality, that project was abandoned or is still abandoned. So we'll look at that, the bankability of the properties, HDA, the how do we move forward with this abandoned projects, SHRA, we'll be able to deal with those things and so on. We also requested a legal workbook. We want to know the legal matters that you have as entities together with the department. And if we can have those, we requested the DG to make sure that we have that list so that we are able to do our own oversight. In Marang, Chairperson, when we were doing oversight and SHRA was represented, we were told that there is a debt of security. And there was no clarity as who's supposed to pay that debt. Before it was handed to you, we are told there has been security there and who must be able. So if you can do your own investigation and research so that you are able to do that. Having said that, I think we want to thank you for the presentations. The APPs you presented were not necessarily having serious challenges. Like we were told last week that entities are now improving. So we'd like to continue with that trajectory. If there's something that we need to discuss with you, we'll definitely inform you and call you to a meeting, whether virtually or physically, to make sure that we discuss. PPRA, I think we need to check up a bit, like the DG said. Even last week we told entities that if you want to increase your fees, do the necessary thing. Apply or where you need to apply, and so on and so on. So that in one meeting, I remember we took a resolution as a portfolio committee. We even issued a statement that we support you on the legal thing that you were undergoing, the court matter. I'm not sure how far is it now. So do what you are supposed to do, because if you are collecting 52, 53 million instead of 500 million, you are really shooting yourself in the foot, and there's a lot of money out there that is due to you. We just need to put our systems in place and make sure that we do everything. Thanks very much to our board chairpersons, our CEOs, our CFOs, and all the members of the delegation from your various entities. Thanks very much, DG, and your entourage. And honorable members, on Friday is a workers' day. Let's show that even in our homes and our houses, that on Friday is a workers' day. It's a holiday on Friday for workers, not for employers like these honorable members, for workers. You are not, you are out of that stage of being a worker. So let's respect our workers. and support them. Tomorrow, I'll be with the minister. We have an event together. I'll still impress on the minister to make sure that these two entities, we meet them, DG, to make sure that we finalize what was. I know she told me that she was supposed to meet with the chairperson of HDA. The meeting was postponed, and so on. But that meeting must happen, especially with the board of HDA and the council of SHRA. Thanks very much, Secretary Makumalo. Thanks very much, and everybody. I'm told there is a lunch, but myself and the DG, we may not enjoy that lunch because we must rush to the airport. The meeting stand adjourned.